Yes, this one, Windows installer. है ना? So we need to download this one, and then after that we need to install this one. So after the installing, we can open the command prompt, and in the command prompt, basically we need to check the two things. First one, we need to check the node -1 version, and if we get the node version, along with that we'll get the npm also. Sometime we will not get the npm, then we need to install the npm manually. So I hope everyone have these two things in a system. If you are not getting any kind of the things, then you can ask me in the chat box. I hope everyone have this one, node and the npm. Just kindly give me the confirmation. Just you can write down the yes or no in the chat box. I hope my screen is visible. Thank you, Arshita ma'am, Arshit sir. I can share this one link again. No issue. So we need to download the MSI installer. This one. On this link, you will get this one, Windows installer. Kindly download this one. See, if you are getting here, you can see here option where we download now. With that we get for the Windows and we get the FEN, and here we are getting the with npm. So if by mistakenly if we download the with the yarn or with the pnpm, then we are not get to able the this one npm version. So that's why when we are going to download, so that's why just select here npm node program manager. This is the management tool. Using that manage tools, we are going to have we are able to manage the npm program. So that's why we need a npm. So we can use the npm, you can use the AN, but for the Munstack development, we are going to use the Express. We are going to use the Mongoose module. For that, if you want to handle that kind of the modules, so we are not able to handle that module with the AN. We need to handle this one module with the npm only. That's why we require the both. That's why we require the both node and the npm. And I can show you one document as well. So we can use this one also during the execution. So here we have npm. This is a documentation folder. So here we'll get a lot of documentation. So directly you can search on the documentation. So if we see, we will get the different kinds of the documentation getting start your npm user account. So we can follow this one also about the npm. We have a different kinds of the here. So we can use this one documentation, npm for the command line interface, npm for the GitHub. We have different kinds of the things. And now if you want to search the module, we can search the module here also. So you can use this one as the reference. Just sharing the link. So we can able to use this one documentation. Now see in the npm, we know we are going to use the React also the one library that is available into the npm, or that is managed by the npm. Then we are going to use the Express. This one also the one library. You can see if I'm clicking on the Express, so you are able to see the table of content, what is available in the Express. So we can see here weekly download here about the this kind of the numbers weekly downloaded for the Express. So these all are the Express, or we can say the Mongoose. So if I'm writing here Mongoose, Mongo, Mongo is also the one. Is the connection for the plugin utilize the Mongoose DB. and the Mongoose. So if I want to use the MongoDB with the JavaScript program, then what happen? We need to install this one Mongoose library, or we can say Mongoose Mongo or Mongoose library. You can use the we can use the any one library. There will be no issue. And then we have another one. We have Figlet. We have a lot of the libraries. So each and every module we are going to use for the different kinds of the works. The first one, for that we need to download the npm, and if you want to use the module of the npm for so we need to download the node.js, and if you want to use the module of the npm, for that we need a npm, node program manager. We'll wait for the 2 to 3 minutes, then we'll start the session. So I'm requesting everyone to just download this node. In the meantime, if you're done with the download of this one, so again we are going to use the Postman also. This is for the API management. So in the meantime, we can download the Postman also, but this Postman we are going to use in the tomorrow's session. So we have time. That's why I'm saying ki just download the for the reducing the time. We can say you can download the Postman also. This one we are going to use in the tomorrow's session for the Windows. Postman API, if I want to check the URL, we can say if I want to check the client request without creating the front end, for that we use the Postman API. So you can down in the meantime, you can download this one Postman API as well. This one, Windows 64-bit.
Yes, Rishikesh, we can start our session.
है ना? Yes, I think we are running out of the time. That's why. Yeah. Yeah, no issue. Just 1 minute. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. Kindly give me the confirmation. Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir. So now we are going to start the next chapter, that is the Node.js. So now basically what happened, we need to start the React, but without the NPM model, we are not able to understand the React. That's why we are going to start the Node.js. So now what is the use of the Node.js? Can anyone told me in the simple word? The same use of the Node.js in the Java, we have a JDK. So can anyone told me what is the use of the Node.js now? In the Python, we use the Python. That is same use we are going to use into the Node.js of the Node.js. So basically, Node.js do the two things. Provide the runtime environment. Provide the runtime environment. Yes, very good, sir. So it will provide a runtime environment for the JavaScript code to execute the code onto the backend. So for that, we use the Node.js. And again, there is a second use of the Node.js. Use the Node.js, what happened? We are able to use the JavaScript libraries, and we are able to use the JavaScript framework using the Node.js. Why? Because if I want to use any kind of the JavaScript library, that may be React, that may be Next.js, that may be Vue.js, that may be Angular. So for that, what we need to do, we need to integrate that library with the Node.js. Then we are able to use this one a module, or we can say library, or we can say framework. For that, if I want to attach this kind of the library, and for that we use the npm. Npm is the nothing but a manager that manage the node program. So that is the scenario. So basically, Node.js, we can say Node.js provide a runtime environment for the JavaScript for executing the JavaScript code on the backend. And the second thing, Node.js we used to use if I want to use the any kind of the JavaScript module framework and library into our application. For that, we need to use the Node.js for installing and for managing that library, framework, or modules. That is the two use of the Node.js. So now in this session, we are going to learn about the compare the fundamental concept of the Node.js. Then we are going to learn about the how to install and configure the Node.js along with the npm, or we can say and the npm. So that is the very easy. We already told you that just we need to download and we need to install. When we install that one, we'll get the node, and inbuilt we'll get the npm, but we need to select the npm only. So now then understanding the utilization of the what is the use of the packet.json. So this one is the important website. I think everyone heard about a deployment descriptor file. pom.xml. Anyone heard about this one file? If someone is working with the Java. So if I want to store the metadata, so means which kind of the module I am using, which kind of the content I am using. So that kind of the things we will integrate with the packet.json. So that is the, we can say this is the packet.json file is the intermediate between the front end and the back end. So that consists the whole, the all value, or we can say all data that we want to use into the front end or back end. So don't worry, when we start the project, then we are able to understand what is the use of the packet.json file. So same file we use the web.pom.xml deployment descriptor into the, if I use the Java programming. So here into the JavaScript, or we can see into the months tag, we are going to use the packet.json file. So now work with the npm. So node, so how to manage the package, how to manage the modules. So if I want to manage this kind of the package or different kind of the module, for that we need to use the npm. And then we are going to learn about the effective use of the npm modules. So we have different kinds of the modules into the npm. We are going to use this kind of the module. So Express also the one module. Yes, sir. Karthikeyan, sir. So now npm in the what happened, the Node.js module, we have Express is the Node.js module. We have a Mongo. Mongo is the npm module. We have a React, or we can say create React app, React router DOM. This also the module of the Node.js only. So now we are going to learn about the how to use that modules effectively in this session. So now what is the Node.js? We already learned that the Node.js is the it is a server-side platform built on the Google Chrome JavaScript engine. So now we know, if I want to do the one thing for avoiding the confusion, I will told you the only one simple, without wasting the time, we can execute the program, then you will get the more understanding. So now, okay, in the FDP, the JS work, I'm just going to create one new folder. I'm writing here new folder, and I'm writing here node hands-on. I'm writing here node hands-on. I'm writing here node hands-on. Now show more option and open with the VS Code. Now in this VS Code, what I'm doing, I'm just writing suppose the script. Just 1 minute. So I'm creating one file script.js. I'm creating one file script.js, and now in the script.js, I'm going to write down the one function. Suppose I'm writing here function. I'm writing here function add. I'm writing here function add, and now in this function add, suppose I'm writing here where a equal to 10, and then where b equal to 20, and now suppose I'm writing here console.log, console.log, and now suppose I'm writing here a plus b. And I'm writing here a plus b. Now this one is the Java program. So we know, so we will do the two things. JavaScript we will execute onto the front end, or we can say we can execute onto the back end. Now, if I want to execute this JavaScript onto the front end, what we need to do? Can anyone tell me? We already learned that key JavaScript. If I want to learn execute on the front end, that will be use the runtime environment. We can say it will use the runtime environment browser as the runtime environment. So that's why what happened, we need to integrate the JavaScript code with the HTML. So now suppose I'm writing here index.html, what I'm writing here index.html, and now I'm taking here index.html code, and now here suppose I'm writing here h1, I'm writing here demo.js. What I'm writing here demo.js, and now here suppose I'm creating one button. I'm creating here one button, and now here in the button I'm writing here click, and now here what I'm writing here on click. On click I want to call this one scripted. What happened? I want to call this one function. With function add. What function add? And now if I'm taking this one function, so what happened? The second thing we need to call this one's files also. So script, what I'm writing here, src equal to into the double quotation, I'm writing the file name, so script.js. So now see, now we are executing the JavaScript code onto the browser. So now if I'm executing a JavaScript onto the browser, see, if I'm clicking here, see what we get 30. If I'm clicking here, what we get the 30. So means if I'm executing JavaScript code onto the front end, no need any kind of the runtime environment. It will use the runtime browser as the runtime environment. But the second scenario, if I want to execute this program as a backend, so for that, what we require? We require the node. So we know if I want to execute the Python code, what we write down? We write down the Python or Python file name dot py. So now if I want to execute the Java code, then we write down the Java C file name dot java. So now here, what we use the node. We are going to use the node, and we are going to write down the file name script.js. So now, see, program is execute, but we still not get the output. Why? Because we need to call this function as well. So now what happened? We are going to call this one function. So what I'm writing here, add. Now this will going to, we are going to get the output. We are going to get the output 30. So this is the first use of the node. I hope you understood. So in the MERN stack, what we are doing in the MERN stack, what happened in the MERN stack? So there is the two scenario. React, it will be execute onto the browser. It will execute onto the browser environment. And now if I'm taking the Express and then Mongo. that will be execute onto the backend. That will be execute onto the backend. So if I want to execute this one on the backend, what happens? We need a runtime environment. That is the Node.js. We need a runtime environment. That is the Node.js. And then this is the simple paste code only, sir. I just telling you the example. This is the JavaScript, and this is the HTML code. I hope you can get the clarity. What is the runtime environment? So if I want to execute the JavaScript code onto the backend, for that we use the Node.js as the runtime environment. Hai. So now see here what happened. So using the Node.js, what happened? We are able to take the output onto the console. We are able to import the module. We are able to do the debugging. We are able to do the streaming, a domain name, domain. DNS. Okay, I will check that DNS. I am not recalling this one DNS. So now if I want to handle the error, so for that we use the Node.js, and last in the last session we'll already learn about the callback. If I want to use the callback function, so for that we use the Node.js as the runtime environment. So now this is the event-driven non-blocking input-output model, making the lightweight and the efficient partition of the suitable data intensive. So that is the use of the basically Node.js. So now if I want to say the what is the Node.js? So it is the runtime environment plus it is providing the JavaScript library. It is provided JavaScript library. So now into the Java we know. So everyone heard about the JDK and everyone heard about the JRE. I hope everyone aware about this one. So where what happened? So sometime we have a scanner class. I hope you know about the scanner class. So now the scanner class is not available into the Java runtime environment. So if I want to use the scanner class, then what we need to do? What we need to do? Can anyone told me? So we need to import that scanner class. We need to import the scanner class into the Java runtime environment. That is the same thing. So now if some kind of the module is not available into the runtime environment, what happen? Using that one, or we can say that library, we will integrate with the runtime environment. So that is the module. So when we start the first party module, third party module, then you will get the understanding about the this one statement. So that is the scenario only. Now Node.js can generate a dynamic page content. Node.js can create, open, read, write, delete, and the close the file on the server. So this is nothing but we call the CRUD operation. We call the CRUD operation. I hope you know about the CRUD operations. Create, read, update, and delete. So if I want to interact with the any kind of the server, then what happen? We can do the one thing, we can create the any kind of the file, we can delete the any kind of the file, we can update the any file, and then what happen? We will going to read the any file. That is the scenario only. So now suppose I'm opening the browser. Suppose what happen? Suppose I'm writing here, suppose I'm writing here Ironman Wikipedia. So now in this what happened? What we are doing? We are going to reading the file. So this one we call the read operation. We can say this is the read operation. Create. So if I'm going to create any kind of the account, if I want to create any kind of the post, that we call the create. Then if I want to update, so means if you already post the any kind of the feed message that I want to update, so we now we get the edit option that we can the update. And if I want to delete the any kind of the post, any kind of the things, that's we call the delete. So basically interaction, when we perform the interaction with the server, that time we perform the only four operations: create, read, update, and delete. So now Node.js can collect form data. So using Node.js we are able to collect the form data as well. So when we are going to integrate the all function, that time we are going to understand how to collect the form data. So now Node.js can modify data in our database also. So using the Node.js, so means using the Mongoose module. In the Node.js, we need to integrate a Mongoose module. Using that Mongoose module, we are able to modify the data into the database as well. That is the use of the Node.js. Now here they will give the some kind of the features. So first one we know key when we use the JavaScript. JavaScript is the single threaded programming language. So there is the one difference between the Java and JavaScript. So now here what happened? So I can say into the JavaScript, what happened? So I can consider this one is the single thread. I can consider this one is the single thread. So now into the JavaScript, what will be happen? So it will execute the all files into the single thread only. So now see, if I'm saying ki n number of this one we can say methods. Suppose method 1, method 2, method 3, or we can say function. So now this all function will be execute simultaneously into the single thread. That's why we call the this one is the Node.js is the single thread, or we can say JavaScript programming is the single threaded. Now, what is the asynchronous? We already learned in the last session. So what is the asynchronous basically? So now see, if I'm executing this all this file, and now suppose the for this one the bandwidth we can say 4 MB. We can say, or we can say we're able to execute the only 400 method at a one time. So but if I'm trying to execute the 401 method, so that what will we call? So in the single thread, if we execute that one into the synchronized manner. Synchronized manner is all things will be executed in the isolation format. So means all chalte ja rahe, but here what happened? We have capacity only of the 400 and the 400 one. If we use the 400 one, then what will be happen? All methods will be struck, or we can say we will get any kind of the error, or that will be the block. So now for avoiding this kind of the things, what happened? Some methods, or we can say some functions we use the asynchronously means. So now suppose we have bandwidth only for the 400. So more than the 401, 402, that will be wait for the some time. So means this method will be execute. This suppose we can say this method will be execute. Then after executing this one method, the method will be wait for the previous method execution, and then that will be execute. That is the nothing but the asynchronous. So means what happened? So it is allow the first method to pass the data, and then without the stopping the any kind of the application. So that is the main use. That is the main use of the asynchronous function. And then event driven, we know we already create that event. We are able to create different kinds of the event, and we are able to handle the different kinds of the event. And this is the open source. So means if you are downloading the Node.js, no need to provide any kind of the money toward the vendor. That is the open source. We can use this one anywhere onto the any platform. So it is a high performance, high scalable. So what is scalability? If I want to increase the modules, we can able to increase the module. If I want to increase the code, we can increase the code. If I want to decrease the modules, if I want to increase the database capacity, yes, that is the highly scalable. We are able to scalable the functions. So NPM, Node Program Manager, it is provided Node Program Manager. So it is going to manage the all module that we are going to use into the JavaScript, or we can say into the JavaScript application, or we can say JS application, and no buffering. So why here what happened? We are getting the which kind of the things we are getting the asynchronous. That's why we did not get the we are not getting any kind of the buffering. So that all method will be executed smoothly. So that is the feature of the Node.js. That is the feature of the Node.js. Now advantages and disadvantages. I think we already aware about this one: real-time chat, data streaming, IoT application, and a REST API server web application. So now without I don't want to waste so much time onto the theory. So that's why we can read the applications. So basically what happened? Application is if you want to create the web application. So for that we use the Node.js. If I want to create the IoT kind of the application. So what is the IoT kind of application? If I want to integrate any kind of the a sensor or hardware component with the application. So yes, this is the good kind of the Node.js platform. So in that we are able to integrate this kind of the applications. So that is the use of the use of the Node.js. And then we are moving toward the first thing, how to install the Node.js. I hope everyone installed the Node.js properly. Can anyone give me the confirmation? Everyone have Node.js? We already learned that in the last session. So you can go into the command prompt and just kindly check Node.js installed it not. I hope everyone have Node.js. Yes, okay. Thank you, sir. What about, thank you, ma'am. What about the others? I can take the 20 seconds of the pause and then we will continue. I hope you now Node.js. Just kindly give me the answer or you can give me the thumbs up. Very good. Just installed. Very good. No issue. So now understanding the package.json. So now before understanding the package.json, we will execute one basic program of the Node.js. So in that what happened, we are going to use the first party module. So that is the HTTP. So now we can do the one thing. There I will tell you what is the use of the package.json. So now suppose I'm just going to create the one folder here. And now suppose I'm going to create the folder, suppose first program. First node program. I'm going to create a one folder first node program. So now see, I'm going to create a first node program. Now I want to enter this in this folder. So now see, if I'm executing node script, what happened here? We are into the node hands-on. Now into the node hands-on, I want to insert into the first node program. So that's why I'm writing here cd command. And now I'm writing here first node program and I'm clicking onto the enter. Now where we are into the this folder. Now in a this folder, I'm going to create the one file. So I'm going to create the one file. Suppose I'm writing here demo node.js. So what I'm creating the demo node.js. And now in this node.js application, we are going to learn about the first party module. First party module, or we can say node module, or we can say someone will say the first party module, someone will say the node module. FPM means first party module. So now in this one, what we are going to do, we are going to interact with the browser. So if I want to interact with the browser, so simple example, I can tell you here, just 1 minute. So now see, now here, suppose this one is the client. This one is the client and this one is the server. We are writing the code onto the server. And then what happened? I want to interact with the client. So now here what happened? We get any kind of the cloud platform, or we can say we get any kind of the intermediator. So now we know the browser is understand only one protocol. Can you tell me which kind of protocol browser will understood? HTTP. Yes, browser understanding HTTP protocol. So that's why what happened. So if I want to interact with the server from the browser, then what happened? We need to send the request in the and we need to receive the request. So browser is going to send the request into the HTTP format and browser is going to receive the request into the HTTP format. But server is not able to understand the HTTP format. It will going to understand the programming language. We can say the code. जो प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज में कोड लिखा होगा ब्राउजर इज अंडरस्टैंड सर्वर इज अंडरस्टैंड एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस काइंड ऑफ द कोड ओनली नाउ व्हाट वी आर डूइंग on the server side we are using the node.js, or we can say javascript. So now what happened, and I want to interact with the whom, with the browser. So for that I am just using the HTTP, hypertext transfer protocol. We are going to use the one model hypertext transfer protocol. And now what I'm writing here, required. What I'm writing here, required. Require into the double quotation. What I'm writing here, HTTP. What I'm writing here, HTTP. And now after writing this one, const, no need to take the express. We are going to learn about the what is the express into the next session. So now what I'm writing here, const, and now I'm going to create the server. I'm going to create the server. And now in this server, what happened? I'm going to use the one application method, create server. I'm going to use the one method, that is the create server. That is the create server. And now in the server, what will be happen in this create server? So now we know if I want to interact with the server, what happen? We need to send a request and we need to receive the response. So that's why what we are doing, we are just taking the request and the response. What we are taking, we are taking the request and the response. So now after that, what I'm writing here, response dot write. And then after that, I'm writing here response dot end hello world. So now why I'm taking here right dot head 200. This one is the status. So if you are getting the, so now this one is the status code 200 means page is working properly. We have different kind of the status code. So I think you have heard about the 404. Can you tell me what is the use of the status code 404? 404? Error, or we can say page not found. So that is the error for the page not found. So we have a different kinds of the status, or we can say a browser status. So that is in that we are going to use the 200. So now after that response, what happened? Now I want to execute this one code. So now if I want to execute this one code, what happened? We need to use the any kind of the server. So now for that, what I'm doing, I'm writing here const. Suppose I'm taking the port number. Suppose I'm taking the port number. I want to execute this one onto the 303. Where I'm executing this one is the port number 3. So now this one method I want to set to the browser. For that, we need a one method server.listen. What I'm going to use? I'm going to use the one method server.listen. I'm going to use the one method server.listen. And into the server.listen, what I'm taking? So port. So server will be listen the value from this one particular port. And now after listening the port, suppose I want to give the some personal or we can say individual message. One minute. Okay, just 1 minute. I can do the one thing. I can directly use here listen. No issue. We can do that thing also. Dot listen. And now I'm writing here port. So first one we will see this one is executing or not. Now see, after this one, what happened? I'm going to execute this one code. If I want to execute this one code, so what I'm writing here, node. And now, what is the project name? Demo node.js. Now I'm not using a output. So now into the here, what we can do, I'm just writing the local host. I'm just writing local host, and now I'm writing here port 330303. So now see, if I'm writing this one, so now see here what we get. We get the message hello world. No, Uma, they are giving the answer for the what is the 404.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So we are just discussing the status code, na, that's why. So we are getting this kind of the output hello world. So means using the HTTP model, what will be happen? So we are able to interact with the browser. So now just 1 minute, I'm sharing this one code. Just everyone try to execute this code. Then we are going to learn about the packet.json. Then we are going to learn about the packet.json. Replacing something about the function. Which function, sir? Create server. So now see here what happened into the HTTP. Why I'm taking this one HTTP? Domain, this one is not required. Arrow function. So sir, we already learned about the arrow function now. So now here what happened, instead of the writing the all function, what happened? We are passing the function as the argument. So now see, if I want to see in the simple word, you can see here what we are getting. So this one is the create server is the one function. So in that function, it is not possible to write down the again one function keyword. And then again, you can write down the function name. Suppose I'm just writing the function name show. And now for this function, what happened? For this function, I'm just again writing this one code. Response request. Are you getting my point? So now for avoiding to write down the so much kind of the things. Instead of what we are writing, directly we are writing the arrow function. So without writing the function keyword, we are able to write down the function. That is the use of the array keyword, or we can say that is use of the array function. That is the use of the array function. So now see directly. That's why if we took this one array function, no need to write down the function keyword, no need to write down the function name, no need to write down the function keyword, no need to write down the function name. That is the use. I hope you understood, sir. I'll just kindly try to execute this one, everyone.
So what is the dot listen is about?
Sir,
When to use the
see,
dot listen?
yeah. Why we use the dot listen? Because I want to execute this one code where onto the browser. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point, sir? I want to execute this one code onto the browser. So now I want to told browser key, so this one code you want to execute. But browser say ki, okay, I will execute this code, but give me the port number. So that's why what I'm saying ki I'm just sending the any kind of the message. Just show this message on this one particular port. So that's why I'm writing here port. So if you are getting the confusion, I can do the one thing. I'm just deleting this one. And now see, I'm just instead of the writing the port, I'm just giving the manually port. I'm just giving the 5003. Have you already known about the port? I think you didn't learn about the microprocessor and microcontroller. We have different kinds of the port. And if you want to execute any kind of the transaction in the system, what happens? We use the port number. So now instead of the 330, what I use the 5003. Now I'm executing this one code, and now I'm executing this one code. I'm saying ki just listen the server onto the 3003, and now I'm refreshing this one. Sorry, first we need to execute this one code again. So now see, now here what happened? Control C. I'm just closing this one, and now again I'm executing this code node.js. See, this is code executed. Now if I'm saying onto the 3303. See what we are getting now cannot reach this page. Why? Because now we are not using the 3003. Now it is time what we are using the 503. So now here what happened instead of the 3, what I'm writing here 5003. Now see onto the 5003, what we get output, we get the output hello world. What we get output, we get the output hello world. I hope you got it, sir. So
Yeah,
now
actually,
I don't
sir,
want to write down the each and every time port number here. So that's why I'm taking the one variable. I'm writing here const and I'm giving the variable name as the port. And now I want to use the port number is 5503. You can use the anyone. And now here instead of the writing manually, what I'm writing the variable name port 003. That is the scenario.
like I have one more doubt.
Yes, sir.
HTTP is an object, correct, sir?
Yes,
Now is
yes.
it, yeah, in the object dot operator you use in, and there is a method called create server,
Method
correct?
create server.
The
Yeah.
server.
So now, sir,
Okay.
HTTP,
Then
before
yeah,
moving toward the object, this one is the first one. This is the module. Are you getting my point? So in that Java, we can say this one is the class. But here in the JavaScript, we call the module. And in this module, we have different kinds of the methods. We know the scanner class. In the scanner, whatever we have read, write, this kind of the method. So now same in this HTTP module, what we have create server, we have a read data from the server. We have different kinds of the methods. So now I want to create the server, or you can say I want to give the instruction. For that, we use the create server method that is available in the HTTP. So if I have to use this one method, so what happens? We need to create the object, or we can say variable of that particular HTTP. And now we create the const HTTP. We create the object of that HTTP. And now in this object, all method, or we can say all function that is available to the HTTP, that will store into the HTTP. And now in this HTTP, we have one method create server. We are calling this one method for the creating the for interacting with the browser. That is the scenario.
Actually, that is not my doubt, sir. Actually, my doubt is HTTP dot create server. Then again, you have dot listen, right? As per
Yeah,
the this one, if it is an object, create server is a method. After method, again there is dot listen.
yeah. This one is so this one
You
also
mean
the
to
one
say,
method, sir. This one is also
yeah,
method that is available into the HTTP. So what is the use of this one method? So now see, if I'm deleting this one, so what happened? So this will be run, but where I want to execute, where I want to show the data, I want to use some particular port number. Now I'm executing this one without writing this one, Control C, and now I'm executing this one. See, this code will be executed, but where I want to show the data. So that's why I'm saying ki just listen that data on the particular port number. We have a lot of port. We learn about the micro 8086 microprocessor. We have a lot of port. Now time we have a 64 of 64 kind of the system. So we have a 8086 into the 64 into the 64 8086 into the 64. We have this number of the ports. Are you getting my point, sir?
so I'm sorry to bother you. And that is not my doubt. My doubt is that you mean to say that there is an object called HTTP. In HTTP, there is a method called create server. Then
Yes.
again there is a more. Can I call two methods simultaneously as per you? Because you are
Yeah, no,
calling a
yes,
method to
yes, sir.
create
In the
server
Java,
and
that
dot
is the beauty
listen.
of the JavaScript. We are able to call the
Okay.
multiple method at the same time. Are you getting
Okay.
my point? See now,
Yeah,
in this
create
server we are
server and
calling.
listen together. We are calling it.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Thank you
So if
so
you want
much.
to call that together, we can do the one thing. Suppose if you want to give the output, so I'm going to told you that one also. So now see, if I want to give the output, now here what am I writing? I'm writing here server. So server dot. So in the server, I'm calling the listen method. What I'm calling the this. You can call method in this way also. No issue. Are you getting some point?
Yes, sir. You got.
Yeah. And now in the port, what happened? I'm just giving the one argument. Now I want to pass the second argument. Now suppose I'm writing. Now see what I'm writing here. Server is running on the local host port. Ma'am, can you see, sir? Now here what I'm doing? I'm doing the two things. I'm just saying ki just start the server and just send this one message toward the server. And now instead of the hello world, I can do the one thing. I'm just writing again response dot write. I'm writing here one response dot write. Or we have a read. Just 1 minute. Now what I'm writing, and now here see what I'm saying. I'm saying ki this one give this one message, and now into the console I want this one output. So that's why I'm just into the listen. I'm again one passing the one another method as the parameter. Now I can execute this one. Now see what we get. We get the output here. Server is running on the this one particular port, and now if I'm opening the port, what we get hello and the hello world. So we can write down this kind of the things as well. Have you got my point, sir?
Yes, sir. Clear. Thank you.
So now suppose if you don't want to give any kind of the output into the console, so just we can just say just I want to give the output of the browser. That's why we can directly use the only port number. We can do that kind of the things as well. I hope everyone get the output properly. So this one is about the basic one. Now here what happened? We are going to learn about the what is
Can
the
I
use of
use
the
HTTPS, sir? Instead of HTTP, can I use HTTPS there as an object?
Yeah, no issue, sir. We can use the secure, we can use the HTTP, no issue.
Will it
We
not
have
create
both
any
models.
problem?
Yeah.
And then
No. That's not going to create any kind of the problem.
Okay.
So now here, okay. So now we are going to learn about the packet.json. So now packet.json file is a crucially component of the Node.js project. It just serves as the metadata. So now see here, I will tell you the one thing. Now here we use the HTTP model. This one is the first, as we say, this is the node module and this is the first party module. But what happened if we use the express? Suppose I'm writing here const express. What I'm writing here, const express equal to, I'm writing here require. I'm writing here require express. I'm writing here require express. Now I'm executing this one code. Now I'm executing this one code. This one also the one module. Now I'm executing this code. So now see what happened. Now below you can see we'll get the error. We'll get the error. See, cannot find the module express. Why? Because this one express is the third party module. Express is the third party module. This one we call the third party module. And this one in the some books they will call the NPM module. This some book they will call the NPM module. So now if I want to use the different kinds of the module, or we can say third party module into the application, for that we need to use the package.json file. So we will integrate that module with the package.json file, and then we are able to use this package into our application. So now this is the only one use. No, if I want to set the metadata, if I want to store the file name, if I want to give the any kind of the user defined run command. So for that, what happened? What we use package.json. So now without wasting time, what we can do, we can execute the second project. So using the how to use the npm, how to use the package.json. So now what I'm writing here, I'm writing here cd double dot, and I'm going on to the back. And now here I'm creating the, here outside, I'm creating the one new folder. And now I'm writing here demo package. I'm creating the folder name as the demo package. I'm giving the folder name as the demo project. And now I'm just moving into this one package, cd demo package, cd demo package. And now I'm just creating the new file. And now in this file, I'm going to give the name as the server.js. What I'm doing, I'm going to give the name as the server.js. So now here what happened, what we get a server.js file. So now here what happened, the first thing I'm going to create a package.json file. So if I want to create the package.json file, so what happened, we have a two way. We can create this one manually, or we can create it automatically. So manually means if I'm trying to create the manually, we need to write down the all inputs, or we can say all properties of the, or we can say all component of the package.json file. Package.json file consider this kind of the component: name, version, description, keyword, main, script, dependency, development dependency, and license kind of the things. So first one, I can do the one thing. If I want to create the package.json, then we have a npm init command. What we have a npm init command. And now we can click onto the enter. When we click onto the enter, so now see, we'll get this kind of the first one. Whatever, we need to write down the package name. So we need to write down the package name. Suppose I'm writing here my project. What I'm writing here, package name, my project. Now then we need to write down the version. Suppose I'm writing here 2.0.0. Now description, simple node project. I'm writing suppose simple node project. And now entry point. So what is the entry point? Entry point means we already learned that. So GitHub pages use the entry point. Which file use as the entry point? Index.html. Now here what happened? We create the server.js file. So that's why if I'm creating any kind of the code on the server side, so that time we use the by default name as the server.js. So that's why I'm writing here server.js. And now the test command, I can say test command, suppose the node. And what is test command? So node server.js. Why? If I want to execute this one file, so what if we write down node server.js. And now git repository. Now I don't have any kind of git repository. I can make this one is the empty and keyword. So if I want to write down the keyword, now I'm not going to use the any kind of the keyword. I'm just sending the blank. And now author, suppose I'm writing here FTP, author as the FTP Edunet. And now then license, ISC. I'm writing here ISC. And now see, you can click onto the enter. Now see, after doing this one, I hope you're getting my point. So what we get the package.json file. What we get the package.json file. So in the package.json file, we can see we get the name, version, description, script, author, license, but still we did not get the dependency and development dependency. We need to add this one dependency if you are going to use the any kind of the third party module. So this is the first way. We can do the manually, but for avoiding this kind of the things, what we are doing the manually. So instead of the manually, what happened? We can able to do the automatically also. So now simple, what I'm doing, I hope everyone understood up to here. Anyone in difficulty? So we use the npm init command. We use the npm init command.
Can you please repeat, sir, once more that npm init?
No issue, sir. So what happens? Simple, we need to write down the npm init command. We need to write down the npm init command. Just 1 minute. We need to write down the npm init command. When we execute the npm init command now, so that will ask for the what is the package name. You can give the project name, package name. Then they will ask for the write down the version name. And then they will say just what is the test command. So what we take here node server.js test command. See, that's why we get the node server.js. And so now then what happen? We'll get the different kind of the things. We need to just put to these things. Otherwise, if you don't want to do this kind of thing, we can do the automatically. So now this is the simple thing. Now I'm just deleting this one file. I'm deleting this one file. I'm deleting packet.json file. And now what happened? We are going to learn about the second thing, how to create the automatically. So means when I'm going to create the automatically, no need to write down the any kind of the thing. It will take the all things automatically. So for that, what we have command npm init -yes. Or we can say y. You can write down the hyphen yes. You can write down the hyphen yes, or you can write down only -y. And now simply click onto the enter.
Init spelling is wrong, sir.
Sorry, spelling is wrong. npm init. Now just you can click on the enter. Now this is the command npm init -yes. Or you can write down now see. Here you can see it will by default it will create the automatically. What happened? Demo package. It will give the name as the demo package. Why? This one demo package name because the folder name is the demo package. That's why it consists of the project name also the demo package version. It will take already 100. So main file it will take the y because we have server.js file. That's why it take the name as the server.js file. And then we have a test command echo and we will take the start command node server.js. We get this kind of the command. Now see what I'm doing. I'm just executing the one. I'm just writing the one's function. Suppose I'm writing here function. Function. Suppose I'm writing here add. Now function in the add. What I'm writing here, or we can say console.log. And now I'm writing here. Okay, I'm just instead of the add, I'm writing here function message. I'm writing here function message. And now what I'm writing here, hello. So now see what is the use of this one packet.json. So in the packet.json, what happened? We get the one start option. What here? What we get? Start. So means here we can do the one thing. We can write down the node, then file name.js. Or otherwise, directly we can write down the npm start. Sorry, here I think if I want to get the output, then we need to call this one message. We need to call this one message. See now. Here what happened? I'm writing here node server.js. What we get? Hello. And now we can use the npm start also. In the npm start also we get the message hello. So why we are able to use the npm start? Because we use the packet.json. And now if I'm trying to execute this one file with the npm start, we can see now this one file is into the suppose I'm writing clear screen. Now we are in the demo package. I'm going to the main package. And now in the main package, what we have script file. And now I'm trying to start the script file with the npm. See what we get? Unknown command script.js. Why? Because we don't have a npm file. We don't have a packet.json file for this one script. And now for the script, suppose I'm writing here node script.js. So what happened? We get the output. So that is the use of the packet.json. And now I hope you understood up to the here. I'm just moving into the CD. I'm going into the demo.package. Yes. So now see in the demo.package, we know ki generally we doesn't use the, I'm just closing this one all. And now into the server. See. Okay. Now into the server, what happened? I'm just using the now const to HTTP. What I'm using the const HTTP and I'm writing here require. I'm writing here require HTTP. I'm writing here require HTTP. And now I'm writing here const. I'm just going to create the server. I'm going to create the server and then HTTP dot create to server, and into the create server, what happened? What we are doing? We are going to write down the request, comma response, and then response dot write. And now I'm writing response dot end hello world. And now after that, what happened? I am going to take the port number as well. I'm going to take the port number, suppose, okay, we'll take the const port. I'll take the const port equal to, suppose I'm writing here 5004. I'm writing here 5004. And then what I'm writing here, server dot listen. What I'm writing here, server dot listen. Server dot listen. And now I'm writing here port, comma, I'm passing the one function as the argument. And now here, what I'm writing here, console.log server is running on this particular port. Server is running on this particular port. Now I can execute this one code. I can execute this one code with the npm start. With the npm start, see what happened. What we get? We get the output. Yeah? And now, so now see if there is the one. Now here what happened? I want to use suppose express. I want to use suppose express const. Now I'm writing here express const. I'm writing here express equal to. I'm writing here require. I'm writing here require express. I'm writing here require express. And now I'm trying to execute this one code again. I'm trying to execute this one code again. I'm trying to execute this one code. So now see what we get. We get the error key npm module not found. What we get? We get cannot found the module express. Why? Because this module is not available. Now you can go into the package.json and now see here. Now we don't have any kind of the description and we don't have any kind of the dependency. Now what we are going to do? We are going to do the one thing. I am going to write down here npm install. I'm writing here npm install express. I'm writing here npm install express. And now you can click onto the enter. We can click onto the enter. Now see, after writing the n express, you can see into the dependency. What happened? We get a dependency folder, and in that dependency, what we get? We get the express module. So means now this one express module, we are able to integrate with the, what is the main file name? Server.js. So that's why now here what happened? We have express. Now you can execute this one code. You can execute this one code. Now this one code will be executed. Are you getting my point? So if I want to use the third party module, for that, what happened? What we can use? We are able to use the package.json file. Able to use the package.json file. I'm sharing this one code again. Just try to complete this one code. So again, into the upcoming session, we are going to learn about the one by one. What is the use of the node? No, create packet dot for the creating packet.json. We have command npm init -yes. npm init -yes. So working with the NPM. So basically what happened using the NPM, we are able to start the application. So that's why we start the NPM. So if you want to execute any kind of test, for that we use the NPM. If you want to build the project, for that we use the NPM. And this one, we are able to run the development server. To start the server with the automatic restart or file, no changes. For that, we can use the NodeMon. So now see, what is the use of the NodeMon? Now see what I'm doing. Suppose here what I'm doing, यहाँ पे each and every time I want to execute the code. If I'm doing any kind of the changes, suppose I'm writing here any kind of the changes, console.log, and now I'm writing here hello. What I'm writing here hello. What I'm writing here hello, and I'm saving this one code. So, but I'm not getting this one output. And in the server also, on the server side also, I'm writing here suppose response dot write. I'm writing here response dot write, and now I'm writing here suppose h1. I'm writing here hello. So if I'm doing this one changes, so what happened? We know in the real time, if I'm going to execute if I'm performing any kind of application, what happens? Each and every time we need to perform the changes. And now if I'm performing any kind of the changes, I'm writing here 504. So now see what happened. I'm getting the hello world only. So if I want to take the new changes, what happened? Again, we need to execute this one program. So if I change the only one line of the code also, then again I want to execute this one program. Again, I want to do the npm start. See now here what we get the hello. And now here also, if I'm refreshing this one, what we get hello and to the hello world. Are you getting my point? Now for avoiding this one scenario, either plain text instead of the text, what I'm writing here, HTML. What I'm writing here, HTML slash plain text. I think text slash HTML. Just 1 minute. I'm writing here text slash HTML. Text slash HTML and control yes. And now again, if I want to do any kind of changes, again we need to execute this one. Now see, hello. And now here, if I'm refreshing this one, see what we get. We get into the browser. And now, so now see, we know in the if I'm executing any kind of project, if I'm creating, so each and every time we will change the line by line, and each and every time if you want to execute this one code, it will quite complicated. So for that, instead of the using npm, what we can able to do, you can able to use the NodeMon. So now if I want to use the NodeMon, so now for that, what happened? We need to install the NodeMon. npm install, I'm writing here NodeMon. What I'm writing here, npm install NodeMon. npm install NodeMon. Now see what we get. We get a NodeMon. Now we can see into the packet.json, and now you can see the dependency. What we get? We get the second one dependency, NodeMon. So now what is the use of the NodeMon? Now if I'm writing here, instead of the npm, I'm writing here NodeMon server.js. Now this one program will be executed. Now if I'm doing any kind of the changes without no need to execute again and again, what I'm writing here, suppose console.log, and now I'm writing here hello 2, and now just pressing I'm control yes. Simple, I'm pressing the control yes. See what we get. No need to execute this project again. We'll get this one output. And now here also, yeah, sorry, in the server we doesn't create any kind of the changes. So now suppose I want to write down the hello 2 here. So I want to write down the hello 2, and now response dot write into the double quotation. So I'm writing a p tag, and p tag writing hello in a p. What I'm writing here, hello in a p. Now yes. Now see, without doing the execute again, what happened? What we get? We get the output. We'll get the output. So using the npm, what happened? We are able to start the server with automatically restart on the file changes. So means no need to restart the server manually. It will restart the server automatically when we perform any kind of the changes into the file. So that is the use of the npm. So we are going to use the npm only into the upcoming sessions. That is the use. That is the scenario. I hope everyone understood up to here. I hope everyone understood up to here. Kindly give the confirmation. Yes, sir. So now see, after that, this one is the third one, is the important module in the Node.js. First one, what we have? We have a built-in module. Then we have a third-party module, and then we have a user-defined module. So now, without wasting the time, we can start directly. So first one, built-in module. We have a FS, we have HTTP, we have a path. So now this is the provided by the Node Core JS. No need to install this one package because this one will get the pre-built. So we already learned about the HTTP. We have a path, we have a OS, we have a FS, we have different kinds of the first party, or we can say built-in module. So now without wasting the time, I can just give you the brief about the built-in module. Now I'm just creating the one folder. I'm just writing here, suppose now I want to create a folder outside. Now new folder I'm writing here, built-in module. What I'm writing here, built-in module. So we already learned about the HTTP also built-in module. And now suppose I'm writing here demo OS. There is the one also demo OS.js. So this one also the one built-in module. So now what is the use of the OS? What is the use of the OS? So now suppose I'm writing here const. Just 1 minute. Suppose I'm writing here const, I'm writing here operating system. And now OS, if I want to give the information, if I want to take the information of the operating system. So for that, what happened? What we use the OS module. And this is the built-in module. So that's why if I'm using the built-in module, no need to use the packet.json file because we are not going to install the any kind of the module. And now after that, suppose I'm writing here const. So I have to take the host name. So I have to take the host name equal to, I'm writing here os.host name. See what happened? We are going to, if I have to take the host name, and now I want to display this one host name. So console.log, I'm going to display the host name. I'm using the backtick literals. And now I'm writing here host name. But I'm writing here host name. I can execute this one code. So now if I want to execute this one code, so what we can do? We can do the one thing. So where is we are? We are in the CD double dot. Now we need to go into the built-in package. So now built-in module. And now what I'm writing here, node. And then I'm writing here demo.osc. What we get? We get the host name. So this is I'm getting my laptop name. So that is the use of the OS. And then again, if I want to take the operating system, so we can take the operating system also. So now suppose so I'm writing here const. I'm writing here operating OPSY, and now I'm writing here OS.platform. I can use this OS.platform. And now if I want to display the platform name, so what I'm writing here console.log, and now here into the backtick, I'm writing suppose here operating system. Now colon and now dollar, and then suppose OPSY operating system. Now we can execute this one code. See whatever what we get. I have a Windows 32, so we'll get the operating system name as well. So this is the use of the first party module. We have HTTP, we already learned about the HTTP. We have a path. If I want to take the path, then we can use the path. And then we have a file, FS file structure. If I want to read the files, then whatever we can use the file also. So don't worry. We will take the another example for the file. Suppose I'm just creating the one new file. I'm writing here demo create and read file. Demo create read file .js. So now see, if I want to create the file, then what happen? Suppose I'm writing here const, and we have FS model file system, FS for the file system, and equal to, I'm writing suppose require. I'm writing require, and now I'm writing here FS. This one also the built-in module. So now after taking this one, so now suppose I want to create the one file const. Suppose I'm writing here file name. I want to create a file name. Suppose I want to create the file name home.html. I want to create a file name, suppose home.html. I want to create the file name, suppose home.html. home.html. And now I want to add the some content in that file. So now suppose I'm writing here file content. Suppose I'm writing here file content. And now in this one, okay, we can take the, we know key. If I want to take the multiple lines, then what happens? We can take the backtick. And now in the backtick, what happens? Suppose I'm writing the HTML. I want to write down the content of the file. So I can do the one thing. I'm not going to type down the all content. I'm writing here new file. Suppose I'm writing here demo.html, demo.html, demo.html. And now here, suppose now I'm copy pasting this one code. So now I'm giving the name as the home. And now here h1 home page. Now I'm just writing the content. Content. Okay, now just I'm copying this one code. And now what happened? I want to create this one file. So that's why I'm pasting this one code here. So why? Because I'm going to create the one file, and in that file, what happened? I'm going to add the this one content. So that's why we take the two things. And now I know I don't want this one file, so that's why I'm deleting this one file. Okay. So now see here what happened. So using the FS, we are going to perform the basically two tasks. We are going to create the first one file. So automatically, and this file name will be home.html. And in that file, what happened? We are going to write down this one code. So now after that, what happened? We are going to write down the code for the create a file. Create a file. So now if I want to create the file, so in the FS, what we have in the FS, we have one method, that is the write to file. I don't want the synchronous. I want to create only the file. So in that file, what happened? I'm going to add the file name and then file content. I'm going to add the file name and file content. And now here I'm going to add the third one. I'm going to add the one arrow function. So in the function, what I'm saying, if file created successfully, then you can give me the message file created successfully. Sorry. Arrow function. So what I'm taking the one arrow function. And now in this arrow function, what I'm writing here, if we get any kind of the error, just what happened, then we need to send the error, console.log error, and otherwise else. What happened? Else, what happened if we don't get any kind of the error, then what happened? I'm saying control.log file created. What I'm saying, console.log file created. Now we can execute this one code. Now see, in this particular folder, we don't have any kind of the file. Now, if I want to create the file, then what happened? I'm going to execute this one. Now I'm writing here node, and then what is the file name? Demo. We are in the built-in module, and in the built-in module, what happened? We are going to use the node demo create file.js. We'll get the error. Just 1 minute.
Where's the semicolon set? All.log error.
No, where's it? Your dot read file name, content, and
21 and 23. Semicolon.
No. Here in the JavaScript, there is no optional. If you want to write down the semicolon, you can write down the semicolon. Otherwise, there will be no issue. Just 1 minute. Get the error console.log. Yeah. Just 1 minute. I'm not going to use this one. Just we will see what will be happen. File is created or not. I'm just executing this one content. and file content. So now see, if we execute this one file, so we'll get the output. Just first one will execute this one. This one is executed or not, then we will see that one. So now I'm writing here clear screen, and now here node create file. Just one invalid argument type. File name, file content, write file. Okay. Okay, understood. So now here what happened? We need to suppose if I'm sending the error, so I need to pass the two argument here, error and okay. I'm just trying to pass the one argument only, error, and now if we get the error, then console.log error, and then else if it doesn't get the error, then what I'm writing. Yeah, in the else console.log file created. Just 1 minute. So I'm writing this one. So file is created. Now file created. Yes. So now see what happened. What we get output file created. And now see here what we get. We get the home.html file. What do we get? We get the home.html file. So we're able to create the file. So now see what we get. We get the home.html file. Just I'm sharing this one code. So you'll get the home.js file. And now suppose, okay, I have everyone done up to here. Now we have a second way. If I want to create I'm just creating HTML file. Now I want to create the one TXT file. Suppose I want to create a TXT file. So what I'm doing, I'm creating the TXT file. And now instead of this one, I'm just writing the TXT file. I'm writing suppose here, Rishikesh Mahure, title development program, internet. I'm writing here, I'm trying to create this one file, TXT file. And now I'm executing this one code. Suppose I'm just opening the terminal, new terminal. So now we are in the node hands-on. So we are going to write down a CD built-in module. And now in the built-in module, what I'm going to execute, I'm going to execute the node demo built-in. So now see what happened, what we get, file created. And now see, we'll get the home.txt. And in the home.txt, what happened, what we get the Rishikesh Mahure, FDP, and the edunate. So means we are able to create the file. We are able to create the file. There will be no issue. I hope everyone understood up to here. So we're able to perform the different kinds of the operation. We have create, read, update, delete. Sharing this one code also. If I want to read the file, then what happened? What we need to do? We need to use the read file. We need to use the read file. If I delete, then what happened? We need to use the delete file. So just I'm just saying key. Just try to use the each and every operation: create, read, update, delete. I hope you understood up to here. What happened? So now at the home, we can take the take home activity, read, update, and delete. We can try this one also. There will be no issue. And now then after that, the first party module, we are going to learn about the important things. That is the NPM module, or we can say third party module. So now NPM module or third party module are the packages that created by the Node.js community and available on the download and install via the NPM registry. So now see here what happened. If I'm take the built-in module, that is 100% created by the Node.js. Are you getting my point? Now, but the third party module that is created by the Node.js community. Node.js community means the any kind of the developer who is working onto the Node.js. So for if I want to give the one best example, everyone aware about the Linux operating system. I have been about the Linux operating system. So here what happened? So on the basis of the Linux code, someone will create the Red Hat, someone will create the Ubuntu, someone will create the Raspberry Pi. You know? So that the developer of that particular operating system, we can call the Linux community. So same here. So if any kind of the organization, any kind of the developer, any kind of the some particular group of the people, if they are working on the same project or we can say same task, that's we call the community. So now this third party module basically created by the NPM or we can say node community, and that is available for the download, and that we can install in our project and that we can able to use. So now same thing, Express is the community model or we can say NPM model or third party model. Mongoose also, Lodash, we have a Figlet. So now we are going to learn the Express and JS in the tomorrow session. So first one, I will tell you how to use the third party module. So now if I want to use the third party module, we can use the simple one. Now see that is available. See what I'm saying. This Node.js application and the help to download this with the module is extended functionality. You know. See, this will be created via NPM registry. So now we already see that one. So now suppose I'm doing the one thing here. I'm just writing the NPM. So now see in the NPM, if I'm searching for the Express, we get the Express also. We get the Express. If I'm searching for the Mongo, I will get the Mongo as well. Now in that we are going to take this one Figlet in this session. So now what is the Figlet? If I want to design our word, for that what happened? What we use the Figlet. So now Figlet is the third party module. So if I want to use the Figlet in our program, for that what happened? We need to use the npm install Figlet. So now I can do the one thing here. I'm just going to create the one folder. I'm writing here third party module demo. I'm writing here third party module demo. And now in this third party module demo, I'm writing here new file. I'm writing here Figlet demo.js. I'm writing a Figlet demo.js. And now if I'm taking Figlet demo, I'm writing here const. I want to use the Figlet. I want to use the Figlet equal to required. What I'm writing here? Required. What I'm writing here? Require, not a required, require only. So what I'm writing here? Figlet. What I'm writing here? Figlet. And now see, if I'm using the Figlet and if I'm trying to execute this one, so what will be happen? Now clear cd dot where we need to move toward the third party module. Now I'm just clearing the screen. And now see, if I'm going to execute this one, node Figlet demo. So now here what happened? We'll get the one error key module not found. What we get cannot find the module Figlet. So that's why we need to install this one module. And if I want to install this one module, then what happened? We need to use the packet.json file. So now what I'm writing here, npm init -yes. npm init -yes. Now see what happened? Packet.json file created. Packet.json file created. And now see here, if we, what I'm saying, by default, that will take the landing page as the server.js. But now here what happened? We doesn't use the server.js. हमने क्या use किया यहाँ पे Figlet demo. So that's why we doesn't get the any kind of this script too. Now here, what happened? I will told you that also. See, where demo package? Where is that? See, in this packet.json, what we are getting? We get this one start node server.js. But in this one, why we doesn't get? Because we don't have a server.json file. So that's why what I'm writing here, node instead of the server. What I'm writing here instead of the server.js. What I'm writing here, Figlet demo.js. What I'm writing here, Figlet demo.js. Now, so means we are going to use the npm start directly. There will be no issue. Now I'm writing here CLS And now after that, we need to install the Figlet npm. See, we can copy this one code here from here, documentation. See what say, install the npm install Figlet. So now I'm going to execute this one command, npm install Figlet. See, now here what happened? Now for the starting, what we have node Figlet demo.js, and then what we have, we get the Figlet. Now try to execute this one code. Try to execute this one code. And then if you don't want to restart a server multiple times, so you can install the npm install nodemon. You can install the nodemon as well. npm install nodemon. You can install the nodemon as well. See what we get. We get the nodemon. And now into package.json, what we can see, we are able to see the nodemon as well. So now means what I'm doing, instead of the node, what I'm going to use, I'm going to use the nodemon. I'm going to use the nodemon. So you can use the npm start, no issue. We can use the node server piglet.demo start, or we can use the nodemon. We can use the nodemon, then Figlet demo.js. See, now our project is running, but we still not get any kind of the output because हमने code लिखा है क्या? No. So now what is the use of the Figlet? So now using the Figlet, what happened? We are going to create the different kinds of this structure for our program. So now see, I'm just copying this one code. And now see here what happened. We are taking the Figlet module. In that what happened? Instead of the hello world, I can write down the here Edunet Foundation. Edunet Foundation. I'm writing a Edunet Foundation, and I'm giving the function. I'm taking the function. In that function, error and the data. So if we get any kind of, so see, I will do this. So now see here, we can take the directly function, or if I want to take the array function, we can take the array function. So just I'm reviewing the function, and now I'm taking the array function. As per your convenience, we can take the, if you want to write down the function keyword, you can write down the function keyword, or directly you can write down the array function. There will be no issue. Understood? Okay, we'll execute this one in the function, and then we are going to execute with the array. C. What we get? We get the Edunet Foundation. Are you getting my point? Here, see, we get the output. And now, without this one is the without writing the function keyword, I can write down this one with the help of the array keyword, array function. Now, see, with the array function also, we get the output. So that is the use of the third-party module. We can use the any third-party module as per our convenience. You can just try to write down this one.
So one clarity I want.
Yes, sir.
In package.json, we added start Figlet, right? You mean to say if by default actually when package.json is created, it will search for server.js. If it is not available,
yes,
it won't
yes.
give.
Yeah, it is not available.
If you
It
give otherwise, we have
the,
to name a server.js, automatically it will give start
yes,
node
yes.
and
If we take the by default, it will consider the landing page. Last time we discussed in the GitHub, it will consider directly the index.html is the landing page. When we start the React, there is the two scenario. Index.html, that we can say the landing page for the browser by default. Or that is the index.html is the main DOM file, document object module. Are you getting my point? And if now we are writing the code for the server side, not for the front end. So in the front server side, what happened? We will take the by default landing page for the server is the server.js.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So agar front end ka koi bhi program, if I want to integrate this one, so we integrate that with the index.html file only. And now if I'm writing the any kind of the backend code, so we can take the different files. We will going to integrate that file with the server.js. When we start the integration, then we will be able to understand these things.
मतलब है जो भी डिफॉल्ट सर्वर नाम नहीं दे रहे हैं, दूसरा नाम दे रहे हैं, तो आपको स्टार्ट ऐड करना पड़ेगा।
आपको यहाँ पे अगर आपको server.js नहीं देना है, तो यहाँ पे आपको स्टार्ट में उसका नाम चेंज करना पड़ेगा।
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. That is the scenario only. And now suppose I'm just doing the one thing. अगर इसको मैं अगर server.js लिखूं directly, there will be no issue. No need to do any kind of the changes here. Directly it will take the server.js. So means we are directly able to do. Suppose I'm removing this one. Sir, I can told you this one. Suppose I'm removing this one. And now I'm just trying to execute the npm start. I'm trying to execute the npm start. See, what will happen? See, error. Script is missing. Why? Because we are not saying key what we need to exactly start. That's why we need to give the start. That is the scenario. Have you already understood?
Yes, sir.
Now then after that we have last one, third, user defined module. So user defined module means we are user also able to create the module. So that's we call the user defined module. And now, okay, we can write down this one code also, no issue. So now suppose I'm doing the user defined module. So now I'm writing here new folder, I'm writing here user defined module, And now in the user defined module, now I can take here, suppose I'm writing here grid.js. I'm writing here grid.js. And now in that grid.js, we can say this one is the user defined module. And now in this user defined module, I'm going to create the one function. And now function, suppose I'm writing here grid. Suppose I'm writing grid. Now, suppose grid, suppose I want to pass the any kind of the value. Suppose I'm writing passing the name. And now if I'm passing the name, so now this function should be return the name. This function, it should be return the name. So now, dot, now I'm entering here dollar. And now suppose this function will be going to return the any kind of the name. So now see, suppose what happened, we create the one module. And now I'm creating the main file. Now here I'm creating the suppose server.js file. Now what happened? I'm going to create a server.js file. So now here what happened? We are going to call this one grid.js into the server.js file. So now for that, suppose what I'm writing here, suppose I'm writing here const http equal to required const http required http. What I'm writing here, const http required http. And now here, suppose I'm writing here const port. Suppose I'm writing here const port equal to 3. Suppose I'm writing here 5005. I'm taking the 5005. And now I'm writing here const server. Suppose I'm writing here const server. I'm writing here const server equal to http dot create server. http dot create server. http dot create server. And now after that, into the server, sorry. http dot create server. And now in this one, I'm going to write down the request and the response. And now here, I'm writing a response header instead of the plain. What I'm going to write down, I'm going to write down the HTML. I'm going to write down the HTML. And now in the here, what I'm writing here, response dot end last line. So I'm writing here last line. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to second thing. So here what happened? We are executing this one on the server. We need to listen this one. So what I'm writing here, server dot listen. What I'm writing here, server dot listen. Into the server dot listen. First one I'm writing here port number. And then after the port number, I can write suppose const log server is running on this one particular port. Server is running on the particular port. Now, first we will execute this one code key. This was executing or properly or not. So node, I'm just trying to execute the server.js. Now cd double dot and now cd where we are going to do. So user DM, user defined model. So in the user defined model, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the node server.js. So server is running on the particular port. So yes, we are getting the output. Now instead of this one, we can do the one thing. I'm just searching the port number 5003, 5005 localhost 5005. See what we get last line. And now I'm copying this one, Control C, because I want directly here URL. So server is running on instead of the port. I'm writing here URL. I'm writing the URL and now I'm pasting this one URL and now doing this one. Now I'm writing the slash. Now instead of this one, What happened? I want to suppose I want to use the nodemon. I don't want to execute again and again. So what I'm writing here, first one, npm init, npm init hyphen yes. And now see here, what I'm writing here, see, if I'm writing npm init hyphen yes, so see in the packet.json, sir, see, automatically we'll get the start server.js. And now here I'm installing the npm install nodemon. What I'm doing, I'm installing the npm install nodemon. Nodemon is installed. Now what I'm writing here, so now I'm going to clear the screen. Now I'm writing here nodemon server.js. See now program is executing. And now if I'm directly search on this one URL, what happened? What we get? We get the last line. We get the last line. Now here, what we need to do? I hope everyone understood up to here. We already performed this one. Now this one is the third party module. I want to use this one, sorry, user defined module. I want to use this one user defined module. So what I'm writing here, user defined module. This one is the user defined module. I want to use this one user defined module where into the server.js. So for that, what we need to do? We can do the one thing. See here what happened? We need to use if this one here. So we need to require this one. So const, what I'm writing here, HTTP, and I'm writing here require. What I'm writing here, require. And now in this require, what I'm writing here, dot slash, and I'm writing here grit.js. What I'm writing here, grit.js. Why I'm writing slash? Because this is the user dot slash, because we are going to give the path. And now if I'm doing this one, so now see here what happened, we'll get some kind of the error. Why? Because we are requiring this one. So here we need to export this one. So now for that, what I'm writing here, module dot exports, module dot export, and we need to write down the this one function name. Module dot export, we need to write down the function name. Just 1 minute. Sorry, here we are writing the HTTP, not a HTTP. I need to write down the grid. I can write down the grid. See, now I'm executing this one. See what happened? We are getting the output localhost. Now I want to use this. So already we know key HTTP, we use the HTTP order. So now the things that is available into the grid, I am going to use this one. So now for that, what I'm writing here, const, and now I'm writing here message. So what I'm seeing is the things that is available into the grid that I want to use. Now here what happened? I'm passing the suppose one argument. Suppose I'm writing here Akshay Kumar. What I'm doing, I'm passing the Akshay Kumar. We can pass the get up the name. So now what I'm passing the Akshay Kumar. And now I want to use this one message here. So what I'm writing here, response dot write. What I'm writing here, response dot write. And now into the response dot write, into the backtick, what I'm writing here, suppose I'm writing here p tag, and now I'm writing here hello. Now here dollar, and then colon, and now I'm writing here message. And now after that, what happened? I'm going to close the p tag. And now the same, if I want to give the output this same name in the console also. So what I'm writing here, console.log. And now backtick. What I'm writing here, welcome in a console. Then colon, what I'm writing here, dollar, and now here I'm writing name. What I'm writing here, message. Now see what we get, welcome in a console, Akshay Kumar. And now here, if I'm refreshing this one, see, hello, what we get, hello, Akshay Kumar. So means we are able to use the we are able to create the user-defined module as well. I'm sharing this one code. I hope everyone understood up to here. So this is the overall about the Node.js. Basically, we have a two use of the Node.js. If you want to use the any kind of the module into the application, for that we use the Node.js. If I want to deploy the runtime environment automatically, for that we use the Node.js. And if I want to execute the any kind of the JavaScript code, for that we use the npm. I hope everyone done up to here. And now after that, we are going to learn about the React.
Can you throw the code of Grid.js also, sir?
Which one, sir? Grid. Okay.
Grid.js.
So in the grid, what happened? This is the normal function, sir. Here, what happened? What I am doing? I am just writing the one line only. Module export grid. Why? Because I want to export this one, and then only we are able to do the required. Don't worry, I will push this entire code onto the GitHub, and then I will share the link. This is the use of the basically user-defined module. This is the all about the user-defined module. So now you can, if you want to see the summary, we already learned the fundamental JS, how to install, what is the use of the package.json, what is the use of the npm management, npm package manager, and then what is the use of the Node.js module. We already learned that things. So now there is some kind of the question, what is the Node.js? A JavaScript runtime built on the Google Chrome V8 engine. Then which of the following key feature of the Node.js? Single threaded and event driven. Which command is used to check the installed Node.js? Node -version or Node -v. What is the purpose of the package.json file? To define the project dependency and the script. So which command we use to run the script named start in the package.json? What we use? npm start. See, in the server.js, sorry, in the packet.json, we have a command, this one npm start. So we can write down the node server.js, or directly you can write down the npm start. There will be no issue. There is one another method. Just 1 minute. Dev. There is the one command dev. Dev. And now into the dev, what happened? What we can able to use? Nodemon. What I'm writing here? Nodemon. And then Nodemon server.js. Nodemon server.js. So now what is the use of the npm dev command? I will told you that. So now control C and then CLS. Okay, there is a two way. If I want to start the node, then what will happen? We can write down the npm start. And now if I want to start the Nodemon, we can write down the npm run and dev. See, it will start the Nodemon. So we can use this one also. There will be no issue. npm start, it will start the server.js. And if you want to use the npm node dev, so you can, there is no issue. You can use the dev or you can use the any kind of the name. Suppose I'm writing here Rishi, no issue. Now if I want to execute the Nodemon, so what we can do? So now see, control C, terminate. Yes, clear the screen. And now see what happened. Now I want to execute the npm run Rishi command. npm run Rishi. See what happened? Nodemon will start. Nodemon is start. There will be no issue. But standard, what happened? What with the standard as per the regulation, we write down the dev only. That's why we write down the dev. This is overall about the npm. Node Program Manager and Node.js. I hope everyone got it. Now, after that node, we are going to learn about the import. I hope you understood up to here. Now we are going to move toward the React. So why I'm saying React? See, if I'm npm, see, if I'm npm, see why? I'm just writing here create React app. See, create React. So this one also the one module that is available into the NPM. What about the net? I think remove कर दिया उन्होंने weekly download. Okay. I can just directly search the React. React. See what happened? React router. We are going to use this all thing one by one into the application. React. We have React router. We have React navigation, React plugin, and a React Dragable, React Redux. We are going to use this kind of the things in the React application. So now what I'm saying, React. If I want to create a React application, so we need to use the NPM only. We need to use the NPM only. So now, just without wasting the time, what I can do the one thing. We are going to start the chapter React. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir.
Can you give me the confirmation? Yes, thank you, sir. So now React Essential. So first one, what happened? We are going to use the React. Now, this is the JavaScript library we used to develop the front end. So now what is the use of the React? Using the React, what happened? We are able to create the single page application. We are able to create the single page application, or that we call the SPA. So now what is the single page application? I will tell you the one simple example. Now I can give you the two scenario. First one, we can say YouTube. And then second one, suppose I'm taking the ICICI Bank or HDFC Bank, any kind of thing, no issue. Now see, now if I'm using the YouTube, what will be happen? See, this is YouTube is the created using the single page application. Now see, if I'm clicking on the music, what happened? See, just you can focus on to the URL. URL will be remain the same. If I'm clicking onto the trailers, see, we are not loading the any kind of the page and URL will be remain the same. If I'm clicking onto the movie, if I'm clicking onto the Marathi cinema, see what we are getting? We are getting the same URL. Why? Because that is happened with the help of the virtual DOM and then real DOM. So now what is the virtual DOM and real DOM? Okay. So first one, just observe this one, ICICI Bank. Now you can see we are getting the ICICIbank.com. Now if I'm clicking on the fixed deposit, see, page is going refresh and we get a different URL. If I'm clicking on the credit card, see, we get a different URL. So what is the problem here? Key, this one is not a single page application. This is the multi-page application. Obviously, YouTube also the multiple application, multi-page application, but we bind that into the single way. That's we call the single way binding with the help of the virtual DOM. So now what is the virtual DOM? Now for the YouTube, you can click onto the view page sources. And now for the ICICI Bank, you can click onto the view page sources. Now see, I will tell you the observation. So now see here into the React, into the YouTube. What we are getting? We are getting only 23 line of the code. Are you getting my point? But can you tell me it is possible to write down the entire YouTube code into the only 23 lines? Yes or no? And on the second hand, you can see the structure of the ICICI. Here is we have 1,000 line of the code. See, 5,498. We have a 1,000 line of the code. See, 800, 8,000. We have up to the 8,868. Are you getting my point? Now, what I'm doing, I'm just changing the from the movie to I'm just changing the trailer. And now I'm just refreshing again for the view page source. See, I'm getting the same code, 23 line of the code. But now for the ICI, now we are on the credit card. Now I'm going on to the loan. And now onto the loan, what I'm saying, I'm clicking on the view page sources. Now see, what we get a different code. Now you can see, I will told you that also. Now we can move to the first page. See, here what happened? Credit card, here we're getting the credit card code. And now if I'm seeing here what we're getting, we are getting the personal loan code. And now, but for the trailer also, we are getting the same 23 line of the code. And here also, we are getting the same 23 line of the code. Can anyone tell me why this is happening? Why this is happening? We are getting the for the each and every model. This is the possible. He all think we are able to write on the same code. Just kindly told me yes or no. Anyone? Anyone? So why this is happening? Because of the one-way data binding. Because of the one-way data binding. So if I have to do the one-way data binding, then we will get the two concept. First one, real DOM, or we can say browser DOM, that हमने last time use किया था into the JavaScript. And then what we get the virtual DOM. We get the virtual DOM. So this one is not the visible for the user. So this one we get the virtual DOM. And now here what we have a server. So what will be happen? So when we do the single page application, so when the first request will be happen, that will go toward the virtual DOM, and virtual DOM will be send this request toward the server. And server what happens? Server will be bind the all data into the one-way data binding, and that will send onto the virtual DOM. Are you getting my point? And now, as a client, we are going to accept the data n number of time from to the virtual DOM. And virtual DOM is available onto the client side only, or we can say browser side only. That's why if I'm refreshing the YouTube, what happened? Only first time it will receive the data from the server. Now this one is taking the data from the virtual DOM only. And now suppose I'm executing the any kind of the video. Now see, I'm playing the one video. Now what happened? I'm just facing the dynamic data. That time only we can see we'll get a different URL. Now that time it will send the request to the browser. Are you getting my point? So means if I want to say take the only static data, it will create the one-way binding and send all data at the one time. But when we require the dynamic data, that time what happens? That time only it will send the request from the virtual DOM to the server. So what is the benefit of this thing? We're able to do the one-way binding. Known यहाँ पे traffic क्या हो जाएगा on the server? We'll get the less traffic. Are you getting my point? And यहाँ पे what will be happen? So यहाँ पे in the less bandwidth, we are able to handle the multiple client. That is the beauty of the single page application. But onto the second hand, where onto the another hand, what happened? We have a real DOM, and in the ICICI Bank, we don't have any kind of the virtual DOM. And that's why each and every time it will send the request to the server and get the data from the server. That's why. So now see, if I'm just clicking onto the ICICI Bank, what will be happen? Each and every time it will send the request toward the server. It will send the request toward the server. See, deposit. It will send request to the server. It will request will go toward the server and it will fetch the data. That's why we are getting the waiting time. Are you getting my point? So this is the use of the single page application. And then again, what is the use of the single page application? So means we are able to hide the original data from the users. See, if I want to make the replica of the ICICI Bank UI, so easily we can able to access the code. Just आपको क्या करना है? We go into the view page source and just copy this one code. But if I want to copy or if I want to make the any kind of the replica of the YouTube, we are not getting any kind of the code. See, here what happened? Why? Because we will get the only the things that is available onto the real DOM. Actual code कहाँ पे download होता है? That actual code will be download onto the virtual DOM. That is the thing. I hope you understood. I hope you understood. I hope you get the clarity.
Yes, sir.
Anyone have any doubt up to here? Yes, ma'am. Anyone have any doubt?
in which context should we use this real DOM and virtual DOM?
Yeah, there is a two contexts. So if I want to create a structural application, so means here if I want to do the real-time transition, if you want to do that kind of thing, so that time we need to use the Angular framework, structurized framework. Are you getting my point? And if we will get the unsegregated data or a large amount of the data, for example, social media, e-commerce website, or you can say question and answer website. We have different kinds of the platform. So that time what happened? We done so due the structured data. For that we use the unstructured data. That time we use the React. And using the React, we are able to create a single page application. And using the Angular, we are able to create a structure based application. I hope you understood, sir.
Yes, so practically, if it is a structured base, we'll be using
Angular, or we can say any kind of
Angular,
structured
like,
programming. Yeah, that may be the Java. Yeah,
okay.
that may be the
If it is unstructured, then we'll go for
the unstructured. Or we can say if you are getting a huge data, for that we use the React.
Okay, huge data is React.
Huge data, unsegregated data, that is the scenario.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and with the Angular, we integrate the MySQL, or we can say relational databases. And if I'm using the React, or we can say if I want to create the application, e-commerce website, if I want to create the social media website, that time we use the non-SQL databases. That's why if I want to create the unstructured, or if I want to handle the huge kind of data, that's why we use the MERN stack. And if I want to handle the structured data, for that we use the MEAN stack. I hope you understood, sir. Okay, so now this is the example only. Now, here we have a PPT. So this is the example, that is the application that created by the React application. So here learning objective, we are going to learn about the fundamental concept of the React. Then we are going to apply the knowledge for the real-time application. Then we are going to understand difference between the React and the component. And then we are going to learn about the state and the properties. So now here, there's a simple instruction. What is the React? We already learned that this is the open source and the front-end JavaScript library that used to build the user interface. And React.js have a good community, and that is developed by the Facebook. Now the Facebook name is the Meta. So now we can say the React development are handled by the Meta only. So now we know previously Meta name as the Facebook, and it is widely used for the building the single page application. It is allow user to create the reusable UI component. So means here we are able to create the one component, and we are able to use this component again and again into the application. So now here what happened? We are able to vanilla JS. We have different React.js. That is the things. AngularJS has the virtual, React has a virtual DOM for the efficient update, and the Angular does not use the virtual DOM. That's why I say so. React use the virtual DOM. And React update only the part of the page which need to be the changes. And this is the good kind of the things into the React. So it will update the only part of the page that I want to change. See, you can see on the left hand bottom, all things will be remain the same. So it will update the things only that I want to update. So that's we call say page component updation. So we are going to learn that into the upcoming session. And now then this is the history. I think we are not going to spend so much time on the history. So this is the advantages. The reusable component, class platform we can use onto the anyone. Here we get the virtual DOM. We already told you that virtual DOM. Again, and the practical I will told you the virtual DOM is the open source community, declarative programming, and unidirectional data flow. So here drawback, there is only one drawback. So here what happens, the React file is the large kind of the file. So when we create the file now, so that I think there is the near about the 300 MB. So if you want to deploy this one file, so we need a more resources for the React application deployment. And this is the React architecture. So now instead of the explaining here, I can do the one thing. I'm execute the one program, and I will explain this one architecture on this one. So now we are going to move toward the first practical, how to install the Node.js and the React.js. And after that, we'll get this kind of the folder. So now what I can do the one thing. Okay. Workspace, JavaScript workspace. And now here, I'm just going to add the one new folder. I'm going to create the new folder. Suppose the React hands-on. And And now I'm going to open this one with the VS Code. I'm going to open this one with the VS Code. I'm insisting everyone just create this one up, this one. And now the first task. What happened? We are going to create a React application. Now I have to create a React application in this particular folder. So what happened? I'm going into the terminal, and now into the terminal, I'm writing the one command. If you want to create a React application, then what happened? We need to write down the command. So first one, we are going to write down the npx near node program execution. Why? We are going to execute the files. That's why. So now npx, and then I'm writing here create hyphen react and app. This is the one command, npx create react app. And now I'm going to give the application name. Suppose I'm writing here first app. I'm giving the name as the first app. You can give the any kind of the name. And now we can just simply click onto the enter. I'm sending this one command. It will take little bit time. So now it is going to create the application using the fetching the data from to the npm document, or we can say npm website. So that's why when we are going to create the application, that time make sure the internet will be on, because we are fetching the data from the internet. See, we get the first tab, and in that we get the different kinds of the, see, first we get the packet.json. I will explain this each and every one. So it will take little bit time. It will basically depend on the internet speed. In the meantime, Uma, you can share the attendance.
Okay.
Just 1 minute. It will take little bit time, that's why.
Yeah. वो लाइन बोली तो सुन उस वाले में वो खुशी का बोल अलग उसको देख कर पर नहीं जल्दी जल्दी देना पड़ेगा तो वो जावा कर मेन उसने मराठी में जो बोल
Is Rishikesh, are you there?
Uma, are you done with the attendance?
Yeah, I have shared it.
No issue. So now see, don't worry about that. What happened? Now this vital, there is one application that is not executing into the Reacts. That's why we are getting to this one vital error. So now see, here what happened after executing this one. So we'll get this kind of this structure. So in this structure, what happened? We'll get the basically first one packet.json file. So we can see if I'm executing this one file. So now see the packet.json. We are able to see this one. See. Now what happened? We get the first tab, version, private, and now here we are getting the one changes. React script start. Why? Because we are going to execute this one onto the front end, not on the back end. That's why we doesn't get here server file. Here what we get the React script dot start. And now here see, we can get the deployment, we get the different kinds of the version. And now browser list production, what we get a 0.3 not optional mini all. So means we are able to execute this one application onto the each and every browser. There will be no issue. And now extended, we get the React app. This is how we all download the extensions. So now here what happened? What we need to do? So here, see, name what we get the first app. Why? Because we create a package name as the first app. Now here we get the two files. First one, we have a public, and second one, we have a SRC. So can anyone told me what is the difference between public and SRC? Anyone? So simple. So in the public, what happened? The code that I want to show to the public, that we are going to store into the public. So in the public, what we get, we'll get the real DOM. जो हमने YouTube के साथ discuss किया था. See, if I'm opening the view page source, what happened? It is we are able to see the only this one 23 line of the code. Why? Because when they create the YouTube, in the YouTube public folder, they create the one index.html, and in that what happened, they have only 23 line of the code. So now what I'm doing, I'm just deleting this unnecessary comments. Then I'm going to use this one comment, and now instead of the React app, what I'm writing here, so I'm writing here first app. I'm writing here first app, and now I'm deleting this one also, unnecessary command. Now see here what happened, we'll get to only this 21 line of the code when we execute our program. So now see, now here what happened, so in the index.html, that we bind a one-way binding with the root. So now see here in the root, what happened, what we have root, and now this root is take from the virtual DOM, and that virtual DOM file is available into the SRC, that is the index.js. So in the index.js, we are going to remove this one vital and all kind of the things, and now I'm not going to import the vitals as well. Now what I'm doing, I'm going to execute this application. Now you can see what will be happen. Now for if I want to execute this one, so what happened, what is the command? We need to write down the npm start. We need to write down the npm start. So now what I'm doing, I'm writing here npm start. What I'm writing here, npm start. Sorry, why we are not able to write down the npm start here? See, because now where we are into the React hands-on. But I want to start the npm where into the first app. That's why first one what I'm writing cd, and we are going to insert into the application. So that's why I'm writing here first app, and now after that I'm writing here npm start. I'm writing here npm start. I'm writing here npm start. I'm writing here npm start.
So you're on mute, Rishikesh.
Okay, sorry. Now I'm audible?
Yes.
Okay. So now see here, what happened, what we are getting a welcome in the FTP. So now you can see, we can say the view page source. Now see what happened, we are getting the H1 also line. So now what happened? So in the real time, if I write down the any kind of the code, we did not write that one code into the HTML file. Are you getting my point? So instead of the writing on the real DOM, we write down the file code onto the virtual DOM. So now what is the virtual DOM? So you can see here we are getting the root, and now I'm clicking onto the index.js. Now see into the index.js here, what we are getting? We are getting this one React strict mode. What we are getting? We are getting the React strict mode. And now here, what I'm doing? I'm writing here, suppose H1. Just one. I'm writing suppose here H1, and now here I'm writing here welcome in a FTP at virtual DOM. But I'm writing here at virtual DOM. And now in the index, suppose I'm writing here welcome in a FTP at the real DOM. Okay. Now see, I'm executing this one code. And now here see what we get. We get the welcome in FTP at the real DOM, welcome in FTP at virtual DOM. Now I'm clicking onto the view page source. Now see, yeah, I'm getting H1 welcome into the welcome in a FTP at the real DOM, but I'm not getting the code of this line. Are you getting my point? Why? Because we are writing this one code into the virtual DOM. So that's why in the here what happened, we are doing the one-way binding. We are performing the one-way binding into the real DOM and the virtual DOM. So that's why if I write down the any kind of the code, we did not write down into the this one. We're not going to write down into the index.html. We are going to write down the index.js. I hope you understood up to here this scenario. If you want to see the scenario, what we can say, the things that is available into the virtual DOM, that will be reflected into the real DOM. Now, but into the real DOM, you are saying, sir, we are getting here app.js. Now just I am reviewing this one app.js and now controlling yes. And now just refreshing this one. See what we are getting? We are getting only real DOM and virtual DOM, but जो हमारा symbol वगैरह आला था, we are not getting this kind of the symbol. So means what I can told you here. So means instead of the writing the any kind of the code, we are not going to write down the any code into the real DOM. Into the real DOM, and again we are not going to write down the code any kind of the code into the virtual DOM. So instead of that one, what happened? We write down the code, or we can say we integrate the code with the app.js. See what we have, app.js, and that code we are going to reflect into the index.js, and that will be reflected into the index.html. So from the app to virtual DOM to real DOM. So now what I'm doing, I'm just deleting this all thing. I'm deleting this all thing, and now I'm writing here H1 welcome in a FTP. Welcome in a FTP, and now you can see what we get, welcome in a FTP. And now you can see the web page source. I'm not getting the any kind of the code. Here we are getting only the landing page code, or we can say virtual DOM. I hope you already understood up to here. I have already understood here. So now here just I'm removing the logo also, because I'm not going to use any kind of the logo. और हमने यहाँ पे sir, just one thing I will told you. See here what happened, index.html is the real DOM. So now we are not going to write down the any kind of the code into real DOM. So we are going to take the code that is available into the virtual DOM. So that's why see we are taking with the help of the root ID, with the help of the ID element. And now see in the index.html what happened? We have created one variable constant root, and in that root we are passing the React DOM create root all data that is available into the this one render method, and this one is the render method, and render method is passing the data that is available into the app.js. So now that's why the app.js what happened, what we write down, welcome into the FTP. So in the app.js what we perform, we are going to find the data. The feature, see we already learned about the features. We have a virtual DOM, we have one-way binding, we are going to create the component. Now we are going to learn about the component. So now if I want to create the component, then what we have, see real DOM, virtual DOM we already learned. And so now see, if you want to create the component, we are able to create the two kind of the component. First one, functional component, and then second one is the class component. Now what is the functional component? See what we take the functional app, Now I am to create another component. Suppose I'm writing here function. I'm writing here demo. I'm writing here demo. And now into the demo, suppose I'm writing here demo is going to return the some value. So that value is the HTML. So now what I'm writing here H2 welcome in a demo component. Welcome in a demo component. Welcome in a demo component. And this demo component क्या है? This demo component as a functional component. As a functional component. Demo component is as a functional component. Demo component as a functional component. Now I'm executing this one code. So यहाँ पे see, no need to just, if you perform the control yes, it will update automatically. So now see, here what happened, we are not getting any kind of the output. Why? Because we write down the one function outside of the app.js, outside of the app function. So if I want to use the property of this one function, so what happened, we need to call this function into the app.js. So for that, what I'm writing here, after HTTP, I'm writing this demo. I'm writing here demo. See, what happened? We are calling this one function demo here. So now when we call the function demo here, you can see welcome in a FTP, welcome in a demo component as the functional component. So that's we call the functional component. And then we can create a functional component. We are creating the functional component into the same file name app.js. We are not going to do that kind of the things. We are going to create each and every component as a separate file. So for that, into the SRC, what I'm doing, I'm creating the new folder, and now I'm giving the name as the component, or you can give any kind of the name, no issue. I'm giving the name as the component, or we can say components. And into the components, I'm writing here, suppose I'm writing here demo functional component .js. So now see demo functional component app.js. Now in the app.js, what happened? We have function. So now here what happened? We are taking the functional component. So that's why I'm writing here function keyword. And now I'm writing here demo fc. What I'm writing here demo fc, and demo fc is going to return the some value. Is going to return the some value. What is the value? That is value is nothing but the HTML value. The value is nothing but the HTML value. So now what I'm writing here, H2 welcome in a demo fc, and here demo fc have its own file, you know. So now have its own file. Now if I'm writing demo fc, what happened? We need to take the export default that we already learned. Node.js में क्या लिया था हमने? Module.export. But here what happened? Just I want to export the function. That's why what I'm writing here export default. What I'm writing here export default. And now what is the function name? To write down the function name demo fc. What I'm writing here function name demo fc. I hope you got it. So now see, I'm executing this code. We are not getting any kind of the output. Why? Because we still did not call this one demo fc into the app.js. So now if I want to call this one app.js, so first thing I need to import this one. Last time हमने क्या किया था? Required into the Node.js. Now here instead of the required, we need to write down the import. What I'm writing here, import demo fc from file name dot component slash function name demo fc. And now here I'm going to call the demo fc. I'm going to call the demo fc. Now you can execute this code. Now see what we get. Well, for the more understanding, I can do the one thing. I'm just writing the one p tag, and in the p tag, I'm writing here dot 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 dot. So for avoiding the, so now see, the first one is this is the component, which one? Functional component, but in the same file. But now here welcome in the demo fc. Demo fc have its own file. So we're able to create the own file as well. I hope you understood up to here. Now then what happened with the demo fc? We can take the functional component. we can able to take the class component also. Now what I'm writing here, new file, and now I'm writing here demo CC. CC means class component. So we know React class component. So I'm writing here, if you want to write down the direct code, you can use the emits. And now I'm writing here RCC, I'm pressing the tab, I will get the by default thing. So now I will tell you the one thing, just focus here. What happened? Here we have a function. We know the function is only able to return the some value. But if we take the any class, class is not able to return the any kind of the value. Class is only representation of the particular of structure. So now if I want to return the any kind of the value in the class, we need to take the one function. So that's why we are taking the render function. And this render function is available into the component class. That's why what happened, what I'm doing, I'm extending this demo CC. I'm extending this one demo CC with the component, because in the component we have render method, and in the render method we are able to return the HTML value. So now what I'm writing here, S2 welcome in a demo, welcome in a demo CC, demo CC. And what happened, demo CC, this is the paragraph in the demo CC. And suppose I'm writing here demo CC don't have, or we can say demo CC is a class component, is a class component, and not able to return, not able to return value, or value means what I want to return, I want to return the HTML code, so that's why. So what I'm doing, so we extend demo CC with component. We extend demo CC with component because what happened, render method of component able to return HTML code, able to return the HTML code. So that's why we are taking the render method. We are taking the render method. And now see, I want to call this one to the app.js. So what I'm doing, I want to call this one to the app.js. So for that first one, we need to do this one as the export default. So that's why what I'm writing here, export. I'm writing here default. And now what I'm writing here, demo CC. And now after writing the export default, we are going to into app.js. And now I'm going to import this one. I'm going to import this one, import demo CC from the component CC. And now I'm going to call this one here, demo CC. Now I can execute this one code. See what we get. We get the content of the demo CC as well. So this is about the class component and the functional component. Now I think we need to take the lunch break. After that, we are going to learn about the properties and the state. Don't worry, I will push this one code onto the GitHub during the lunch. Then you can able to copy paste this one code. So if you want to copy this one, you need to copy paste only the component folder. You need to copy the only app.js folder. And then first one you need to execute the npm install kind of the npx create react app, first tab kind of line. Then you need to write on the npm start. Need help? Sir, you can. What is the error, sir? If you are getting the vital error, so now see. So now for that, what happened? You need just go into the index.js file, sir. Into the index.js file, and in that below you will get the vitals. So just remove this one vitals and remove the import vital also, and then just cd your folder name and then npm start. Yeah, we can use the Vite, you can use the Next.js, no issue, sir. Vite also single page application, Next.js also single page application. But in this syllabus, we are going to cover the React.js. Yes, only web vitals. You need to delete the only web vitals. Delete the web vitals and just import. You'll get the import web vitals. You need to delete that one also. Then npm, yes. Yes, then npm start. First, you need to see. I will told you, sir. Just I'm sharing my screen. Just see this one. If you need to come into the your application first tab. Then in the first tab, you need to write down the npm start. If you are in the outer folder, then you'll get the npm start is not working. If I'm writing here npm start here, see, you will get the encode error. Why? Because I want to start the npm into the particular project. So that's why you need to insert into the project name first one. So now what is my project? I have first tab. And then here I want to execute the npm start. Okay, Ume, can we take the lunch break now? Okay, sir, we will take the lunch break. We will meet on the 12:45 sharp.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Uma, can we start or we need to wait for some time?
So we can wait for other 2 minutes and then we will
Okay.
start.
Sure.
I'll put a message here.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So please send the attendance, please.
Got it, sir. Attendance link.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, in the meantime, what we can do, now we are going to create another application. Now we already created our first app. Now we are going to learn about the property and state. So we'll wait for the peoples, and in the meantime, we'll create our another app. So for that, I'm writing here npx create React app demo props and state. I'm giving the name as application demo props and states. We are going to create a second application.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
So every time we want to create an application, we have to use the
New
npx create.
application. So here what happened? Now we are going to use the pro and prop. Here we are going to learn the different kind of the things. That's why. So if I want to create each and time, we need to create a new application.
Or is it possible? Is a possibility I can copy the whatever once when I create an application, I need to wait, right? Once internet, all those folders can be made a duplicate copy and be used,
Yeah,
reused.
no issue.
Yeah, no issue. Thank you, sir.
But for that, you need to write down the one npm install. Because see, in the first step, what happened? We have packet.json file now. So in the packet.json file, we have this kind of the dependencies. CRA template, React DOM, React script. Are you getting my point, sir? So that
Yes, sir.
dependency is the onlines when we perform the npm install. So now if you can copy the entire code, no issue. But when you copy
Okay.
this one code now, so you need to write down the one npm install command. And
Okay.
again, it will take the same time to download the all dependency.
Oh, okay.
Because see, if I'm saying the dependency, these all are dependencies we are facing from the internet, or because we are facing from the npm website. And
I'm
this
asking this issue.
dependency,
This issue is because we are a faculty when examination have to be conducted. If the internet has been on, right? That how can I avoid that? That is one the
no, there
reason.
is no any option. If I want to execute the npm code, or we can say if I want to execute React or Angular code, then we need a internet is required only. Without internet, we are unable to perform any kind of task onto the React application. Express
After
application we can
installation, I
execute.
can after
Yeah,
installing, I
without the
can
installation, yes, you can do the
yeah.
any kind of thing. But if you want to install the module like npx command only work with the internet only. npm command you can use the offline, no issue.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. My app, src, index.js. I'm just deleting this one, vitals, web vitals. GitHub. All application. So now, see, last time what happened, we discussed about the class component and the functional component. So now we are going to learn about what is the difference between class component and functional component. So now functional component, simple. If I want to give the only index files onto the user, that time we can use the functional component. But along with the HTML, if I want to give the any kind of the user interface, if I want to provide any kind of the logic, so if for that we use the class component. So if we are creating the more complex component, for that we need to use the which one class component. So means we can say the state, we are able to change the state if you are going to use the any kind of the hook concept. So for that we are not able to use the hook or state kind of the things into the functional component. So if I want to use the any kind of the complexity, if I want to add the any complexity into the component, that time we use the class component, because we know if I'm seeing the functional component, you can see here, we already took this one part. So in the functional component, what happened? We have only one method. This is the only one method. And this method is able to return the only HTML code. But class component, what happened? In the class component, we don't have any kind of the method. So means we need to take the method. And again, if you want to call the constructor, if you want to call the another function, if you want to call the another function, you have to call the another method. Suppose I'm writing here add. If I want to call the one another method, so means we can able to write down the this one method also here. Are you getting my point? So means here we are able to add the more logic. If you want to add the more logic, then we can use the class component. But in the functional component, we are not able to do the that kind of the things. In the functional component, we are not able to do the that kind of the things. We are able to do the that kind. See what we are getting? We are getting the error. So that's why functional component only able to return the HTML code. But if I want to give any kind of logic along with the functional component, so that for that we need to use the class component only. So now what is the different kinds of the logic? If you want to achieve the logic, then we need to use the some kind of the property, state, hooks, that kind of the concept. So now in this sequence, we are going to first learn about the first concept, that is the property, that we call the props. So in the React element represent the user defined component. It is passes the JSX attribute. So we know key JavaScript extension. So React only understood the JSX attribute, and JSX attributes understood the HTML content. So now see, how can I told you that things? Just 1 minute. If I'm writing demo FC, and in the demo FC, what happens? See, I'm writing this one div tag. If I'm removing this one div tag, see, we are able to write down the only, we are able to return the only single line of HTML code. See, if I'm giving the one another line, then what happened? We need to inbound this one code into the JSX. So if you want to bound this one code into JSX, we need to use the empty tag, opening and closing, and in that tag we need to write down the JavaScript. We need to write down the HTML code. So means now here we are able to execute the n number of the n line of the HTML code. So means if I want to execute the more than one line code, then what happens? We need to inbound with the JSX. This is the JSX tags. So here we can write down, we are able to write down the div as well. Div is nothing but div is also the come under the JSX tag only. So that's why we are writing the outer div tag. Without div tag, or we can say without JSX, we are not able to write down the n number line of the code of the HTML. So that's why we are taking the JSX. So now JSX attribute and the children, this component. Now see, sometime what happened? We are taking this one JSX component. We are taking this one JS component. So now suppose I'm writing here, suppose const, and now suppose I'm writing here hello, and now hello. In this hello, I'm writing suppose hello in a FTP. What I'm writing here, hello in a FTP. Now I want to call this one. This is the syntax. So now here what we can do, I can just call this one. So for that, what I'm writing here, I'm writing here backtick. I'm writing here backtick, and now I'm writing here dollar. And now see, I'm writing here hello. So what happened? We can able to call this one also. Now you can see this one. I think we close this one now. We need to do the npm start. So now see, here what happened? We are able to call this one. But see see. But here what happen if I'm taking the properties? So means property nothing but the this will provide the some kind of the properties. Properties nothing but the we can say the read only component, so that we can assign the one time and then we are able to use this component to the parent component. So now for that we need to do the one thing, we need to use the property and we have to pass this one property as the argument. We are going to pass this property as the argument. So now how can we going to perform this one? So for that we are going to create a new application. We already created this one, and now in this application we are going to understand that things. Now suppose in the demo property, suppose I'm going to the SRC, I'm opening the app.js, and now into the app.js, I'm just removing this one unnecessary thing. I don't want this one also. I don't want this one also. And now here I'm writing CD and demo prop state. Now here I'm writing here npm start. I'm writing here npm start. It will take a little bit time. So now you can see here by default for the React, it will take the use the port number 3000. 3000. So now see here why we are getting the empty, because we doesn't write down the any kind of thing. So what I'm writing here, demo props and state. Demo props and state. Now we are getting the this one output demo props and state. So now what is the property? Prop. So means any kind of the data, or we can say any kind of the element from the parent component we are able to call, sorry, from the child component we are able to call into the parent components. That's we call the property. Now I can do the one thing. I'm writing here new folder. I'm writing here components. I'm writing here components, or we can say I'm writing here comps. And in the comps, I'm writing here new. I'm writing here demo props. I'm writing here demo props. I'm writing here one function as a demo props. .js. So now into demo props, what I'm doing, I'm creating the one props as the function component, as a functional component. So now I'm writing here React array, React functional component. I'm taking the RFC, and you can press onto the tab, and what happens, we get the prop component. So now here, what happened, I'm going to pass the argument as the props, and now here I'm going to store the props. So now suppose I'm writing here props.name. I'm just writing a props.name. And now see here what happened. I'm going to call this one property. This is a child property into the app.js, or we can call the app.js, or we can do the one thing. I can take, okay, this will, I think this will get the complicated. So first one, we are going to call this one into the app.js. So now here I'm going to call this one. So now I'm writing here calling the properties from the child. So now what is the child here? Now child is the demo props. So now if I want to call this one property, so what happened? We need to import this one demo. So what I'm writing here, import. I'm writing here demo props from the demo. And now here, what I'm doing, I'm calling this one demo props. I'm calling demo props. And now into the demo props, what I'm writing here, I'm writing here name. Demo props. And what I'm taking, why I'm taking the name, because here see we take the only one attribute as the name. So now what I'm writing here, name, and suppose I'm writing here name equal to the internet foundation. Name equal to internet foundation. And now I'm closing this one. Now you can see what we get here. We'll get the name as the internet foundation. And now instead of doing that thing, I want to arrange this one into the table. So we can do this one also. So I'm taking the name, and now suppose I want to take the location. So we're writing here props. Okay, we can take the data of the student, prop age, props, props dot age name, and we can say city. We can take the city. We'll do this thing. And now into app.js, what happened? Instead of doing this thing, I want to take this one into the table. So now what I'm writing here, suppose table. Writing here a table, and now I'm writing here table heading. So table heading, first one I'm writing here into the table heading. I'm writing here table row. Of the th. I think we have td tag now. Huh. Yes, td tag. So in the td, what I'm writing here, name. We have tr tag. Now I'm not taking here John. So what we can do here, I'm just calling this one property. So now what happened? What I'm going to call? I'm going to call the demo props. Demo props, and in the demo props, what I'm going to call the name, and name equal to, suppose I'm writing here, suppose Ram Kumar. I'm writing here Ram Kumar. First one will execute this one. We will see the table is working properly or not. Yeah, Ram Kumar. And now see, if I'm give the border, we can give the border as well. Border equal to 3px. See what we get? We get a Ram Kumar. And now again, if I want to add the another things, so now what we have a TD. Now real time, what happened? We doesn't pass this kind of the value. We pass the here database value, so that it will fetch the value from the database. So now here what happened? Suppose I'm writing here name, and then what we have? We can write down the age. We can write down the age, and then third one. Suppose I'm writing the TD age, and what we take the third one? Yeah, we take the third one as the city. So what I'm writing here, city. What I'm writing, city. I'm writing here city. So now see what I'm doing. I'm just writing the Control C, pasting this one. First one I'm writing demo props. So now then after that I'm calling the age. Age I can write down the kind of the random age. So I'm writing here 28. Now then last one I'm calling suppose city. City. So I'm writing here Pune. City. So I'm writing here Pune. Now you can save this one, and now you can see here what happened. We'll get the age 28 and the Pune. So we can able to take this one into the table format also. So now we need to use the CSS also, but now we don't have so much time. So that's why we can arrange this one using the CSS format as well. So this is about the property. So we can take the property from the anywhere. Have you understood up to here? Now here what happened? We take the property into the functional component. We can able to, if I want to take this one, we can take into the class component also. But in the class component, we need to call the constructor. So what I'm writing here, demo props into the class component .js. Now into the class component, I'm writing here React RCC React class component. And now see, if I'm doing, so in the render method, we need to add the props. We need to call the props. So in the render method, if I'm calling the props, then here we need to write down the this dot to props. In the H1, whatever we write down, this dot to props. We write down the this dot to props, and suppose I'm writing here state. I can write down the state, or we can say country. I can calling this dot props as the country. So now we need to write down the here this dot props, and now I'm going to call this one into the app.js. So now if you want to call this one in the app.js, so what we can do, we can just click onto the import. First one, we need to import this one. So now what I'm writing here, import, and now I'm writing here demo cc from to the demo cc. And now here after the table, if I want to call the state, if I want to call the test, so for that, if I want to call this one into list, I can just do the order list OL. I can do the order list. And now in the order list, suppose I'm writing here list 1. And now suppose I'm writing here demo props CC. So I'm writing here demo props CC. And now what we take here, country. What we take here, we take the country of CC. What we're taking, suppose we are taking the country equal to, suppose I'm writing here India. I'm creating another list. Sri Lanka. I'm creating the one, another Bhutan. So we can able to take this one into the functional component also. See what we get the India, Sri Lanka, and Bhutan. So we can able to do that kind of the things as well. Take this kind of the things as well. So this is all about the property. So now just I'm sending the app.js file, first one. Kindly try to integrate this for app.js file. And in what happened, we take the two properties. First one props into the functional component. And then second one, what we have, props into the class component. Props into the class component. Props into demo component and props into the class component. In the class component, what happened? We have a render method. In the render method, we need to write down the props. And now then we need to write down the this.props. Why? Because in the functional component, whatever directly we'll get the function. That's why we are able to pass the directly props at the argument. But into the class, we don't have any kind of the method. So that's why we are taking we are passing the argument into the render method. That's why we write down here this dot. That's why we are writing here this dot. I have already understood. Yeah, sir. Now I am going to told you about the property. Then we are able to understand what is the difference between prop and state. So now I can see prop is the read only property only. So means see, we are able to read this only. User is able to read this only, but we are not able to change this one. So if the second thing, what we have a state. What we have a state. So state in the React is the refer as the data determination behavior and the appearance. So now state is the mutable, or we can say we're able to change the state as well. So if you want to change the state, then what happen? We need to use the change state kind of the method. First one, we need to set the state. So for that, we use the this dot to state. And now if you want to change the state, for that we need to use the set to state method. So we are going to, so here, if you want to see in the one line, so we can say property is the unmutable and that is the read only, and state, we are able to change the state. Or we can say we are able to rewrite the state. That is the scenario. Now, if I take the example, then you will get a more understanding. Now see, what we are going to do in the component. I'm going to write down the one thing. I'm writing here new file. Demo state, demo test state to CC. Why I'm writing the class component? Because we need to, for the changing the state, we need to create the another method. So if the functional component, what happened? We are able to create only one method, or we can say one function only. So that's why here we are going to create the multiple methods. So if you want to handle this one, so for that we need to create another method. For that we are going to use the class component. So now into the div, what I'm doing, suppose into the div, I'm writing here, just 1 minute. Okay, sorry. So now see, here what happened? I'm going to create the one thing. Suppose I'm going to write down the state. Suppose I'm writing here div, and now so what I'm doing, suppose I'm going to write the p tag, and now suppose I'm writing here name. I'm writing here name. And then suppose I'm writing here p, another p tag, and now suppose I'm writing here college. So I'm writing here college name. So I'm writing these are two things. Now we are going to pass the property. Suppose I'm passing the kind of the name, and now again I'm take the another one for the more understanding. I'm writing here suppose email. So now here what happened? If we take the properties, what happened when we create the property? We are not able to change the values. Sometimes what happened if we insert the wrong value and now I want to change the mail ID. So in this scenario, what happened? We can use the state. We can use the state. And now if we want to use the state, then what happened? We use the constructor. So what happened? What we are going to use? We are going to use the constructor. So we are going to use the constructor, and now in this constructor we are going to call the properties. We are going to add the properties. So now in this constructor, what happened? We are going to call the super method, and now after that we can able to write down the this dot to state. So what we are going to write down? We are going to write down the this dot to state, and now in this one state I'm just writing the name. I'm just writing the name. Suppose I'm going to write down the name. Suppose I'm writing the name as the Rishikesh Mahure, for example. I'm writing suppose as the name Rishi Mahure. And then second one, what we are going to write down? We are going to write down the email. We are going to write down the email. Suppose I'm writing here email rishi@gmail.com. Yes, ma'am. Rishi@gmail.com. What happened, Karthikeyan, sir? Okay, now see, I'm taking the suppose email, and now suppose I'm taking the college name. So I'm writing here college name. Sorry, if I'm taking this one variable, we are not able to take the any kind of the space. So what I'm writing here college name, and now I'm writing here suppose ESG. I'm writing here ESG BAU. And now see, I'm just executing this one. So now what happened? I'm going to call this one here properties. So now for that, what we can write down here, this dot to state, this dot to state dot to name, first one, and now I have to call the email. So that's why for that what I'm writing this dot to state, this dot to state dot. Now what I'm going to write down here email. We're going to write down where we are going to write down the email, and now here college name. Suppose I'm writing here, sorry, this spelling we need to write down the th, and now here what I'm writing here this dot state dot what we are taking the college name. We are taking the college name. So now this one scenario. Now I'm going to call this one into the app.js. So now into the app.js, what we are going to do for the some time, just I'm hiding this all thing because I'm not going to use this one. Yeah. So if I want to hide this one, see, we need to write down the curly brace. So here we need to give the JSX command. That's why we are going to use the curly brace. Now here, what I'm doing, I'm just writing, suppose here H2, and now information, or we can say user info. I'm just giving the name as the user info. User information. What I'm doing, I'm just giving the user information. And now here, what I'm doing, I'm going to call the first one. I'm going to import. Now I'm not going to use this one. So for that, what I'm doing, just 1 minute. Okay. Now here, what happened? What I'm going to use, I'm going to use the import, and now demo state CC from the CC. And now here I'm going to call the demo state CC. I'm going to call the demo state CC. Now we can execute this one. We can execute this one. Yes, see what we are getting. We are getting the Rishi Mahure, Rishi@gmail. And then what happened, Uma? Okay, so now see what happened. We are getting the Rishi Maure email and then mail ID. Now here what happened? Suppose I want to change the mail ID. So here, so for that what happened? If I use the properties, then only properties are read or we are able to read the only property. Means we are this one is the unmutable. So means here what happened? If I want to remove this one and we want to add the one another mail ID, for that we need to use the state. Now we can perform this kind of the task. So for that, if I want to change the property, then for that we use the set to state method. This one, what we use the set to state method. Now then we can do the one thing. So if I want to take the set to state, so for that what happen? Suppose I'm taking the one button. I'm taking the one button, and now in this button, what I'm saying, I'm just calling the on click, or I'm writing here change mail. I'm writing here change mail, and now, or we can say change info, or we can say change info. And now in this one, we know we need to create the event. So for that, when I'm going to create the event, on click. So now into the on click, what I'm going to do this dot to change state. This one is the one method. I'm going to create the one method. This dot to change state. Now here in the this dot change state method, we are going to create the one logic. When we click on the button, I want to change the mail ID. So now for that, what I'm going to use, I'm going to create the one method change state. I'm going to create the one method change state. I'm going to create the one method that name is the change state. And now, equal to. So now what happened? What we're going to create? We're going to create the one method as the change state. And now in this change state, what we need to use? We need to use the method this dot to set to state. This dot to set to state. And now in this state, if what I want to change, that we need to mention. Now I have to suppose change the mail ID. So that's why what I'm writing here, I'm writing here mail ID, Control V. And now instead of the Rishi, suppose I want the Rishi Maure @gmail.com. Okay, now I'm doing this thing. Now see what happened. So when we click on this button, it will call the change state method. And this change state method will be called the set to state method. And now see, set to state method is available into the index.dt.ts method. So that is the scenario. Now see, I'm executing this code. We'll get a little bit small button. See, if I'm clicking on this change, what we get? We get the Rishi Maure. So what we'll get? Information will be changed. Information will be changed. Yeah? So we are able to change the only one state? No, we are able to change the each and every state. So now suppose I want to change the information. Instead of the Rishi Maure, I can say, we can take the one another name. Suppose I'm writing here Ankit Dikshit. I can write the Ankit Dikshit. And now email I'm writing, suppose here Ankit @gmail.com. And now suppose I'm writing here college name, suppose I'm writing here DU, Delhi University. Now see, if I'm doing this thing, so now see, if I'm clicking on the change info, what happened? We are able to change the entire info. That is the use of this state. That is the use of this state. I hope everyone got the clarity. And I can send this one code also. This one is for the state. And then we can share the code of the app.js. I hope you understood. Now, then what happened? What we are going to do? Just I can do the one thing. See, here हमने क्या किया? Integrate app.js. Now I'm going to create the one another file here. Why? I will told you. Now I'm creating the new file. I'm writing suppose here app1.js because I don't want to delete this one code. And into the app.js, what happened? I'm taking the functional component, React functional component, app.js. And now suppose I'm writing here h1. I'm just going to create the counter. I'm going to create the counter app. Counter app. I'm going to create the counter app. Now why I'm taking this different one-way binding? Because in the app.js we have lot of file. I don't want to delete this one. So now instead of the integrating this one, now see, I'm getting this one output. Am I correct? Now instead of the integrating this one, what we are going to do? We are going to do the one thing. So we are going to integrate this app.js with the virtual DOM. So now see in the index.js. Now what I'm doing, instead of the app, we are going to use the app one. So if I'm using the app one, so what happens? See, now here we will get some error. Problem, app one is not defined. Why we get this one? Because see here what happened, import, we are importing the app, but we need to import the which one file? Import app one. Import app one from colon app one, this one. I will getting. Now you can press the Control S. Now you can see, you can press the Control S, and now you can see the output here. What we get? We get the counter app. What we get? Counter app. Now we are not getting any kind of design. Why? Because for this one counter app, we don't have any kind of the CSS file. See, now here we have app.css file. So now we can do the, if I want to integrate this one file only. So now here what happened? What we need to do? We need to import that CSS file as well. We need to import that CSS file as well. We need to import that CSS file as well. So what I'm writing here? Import. What I'm writing here? Import app.css. What I'm writing here? Import app, sorry, spelling mistake, app.css. /. What I'm writing here, import app.css. Now see. Just 1 minute. What happened? See, what I'm writing here, import app.css. And now see, this one is integrated properly. And here we are getting the one thing, line error on the 4.8. Never use. Why we are getting this one? Because if I'm going into the index.js, see, for हमने ये app use किया है क्या? No. So that's why I'm deleting this one line. And now you can press the Control S. Now see, now this is executing successfully. Now you can see, but still we don't get any kind of the things here. Why? Because if you track the app.css file, what we have in the app content equal to align, and what happened? What we have? We can see this one app header. So now here what happened? We need to take this one app header as well. So now into the app.js, what I'm doing? So I'm just taking this one class app. I'm taking these two things. Why? Because see, into the app.js, what happened? We have a first one, which is the selector. This one is the class selector dot app. And here we have another selector. Which one? App header. So that's why into the app.js, what I'm doing, after the div, I'm just writing this one. And now I'm deleting this one div. And now first I'm closing this one div. And now before that I'm closing the header as well. See, now here what happened? We are going to call from the app.css, we are going to call this one, which one selector? Class selector dot app and dot app header. Now you can see the app.js will get this kind of the output. Now if I want to change the background, so now in the app.css, we will get here by default, we have a red background. You can change the background as per your convenience. Now suppose I want a different one. I'm taking this one yellow kind of. So now the Control S. What we get? We get the yellow kind of the henna. So if I want to take any kind of we can take the RCB red in code combination, or if we can take you can write down the word also, no issue, hot pink. So what we get? We get the hot pink. So that is the scenario. So now here what happened? we are going to use the हमने यहाँ पे we did the one thing. I'm closing the app.jss. I'm closing the CSS. And I'm closing the index.css also. We are going to use the app.css. Now यहाँ पे what happened? We already take the one state. In that हमने क्या किया था? We use the class component. Now here what happened? We are going to use the functional component for the state. Now see, we are going to use the state into the functional component. So for that, I'm creating another new folder. I'm writing here counter. I'm writing here counter. And into the counter, I'm creating one new file. I'm creating new file. I'm writing here counter. I'm writing here ypc, counter.ypc. And now I'm writing here JavaScript. And I'm writing here counter ypc. Why? Functional component. Now I'm writing here RFC, React functional component. You can write down the export default here, or you can write down the export default below. There will be no issue. There will be no issue. Now export default, if I'm writing the below, then we need to write down the name also. So what I'm writing here, counter FC. What I'm writing here, counter FC. So now in the counter FC, what happened? So if you're writing this kind of the things, so what happened? We need to use the hook for define the state. So now if I want to define the hooks, then what will be happen? We need to take the one array of the const. What I'm taking here in the const, I'm writing here suppose one count for the counting one variable. And if I want to set this one, so what happened? I'm taking the one method. So I will told you what kya hai ye. Don't worry about that. See. And now equal to I'm writing here use state. I'm writing here use state. I'm writing here use state. But I'm writing here use state. And now initially I'm taking the state as to the 0. Now see, if I'm saving this one, see what I've taken initially, I'm taking the state as the 0. And now suppose I'm writing here, I'm writing suppose here one. Okay, I'm writing P and I'm writing here in a counter. I'm writing for the just trial purpose. I'm writing in a counter. Now I'm going to integrate this one in the app.js. So now if I want to integrate this one app.js, what we need to write down here? What we need to write down? We need to write down the import. We need to write down the import counter FC from the counter. And now see, when we import this one, so we'll get this kind of the error. Count is assigned, but value is never used. Set count is assigned, but value is never used. And now use state is not defined. Why? Now we are going to resolve this one error one by one. So we are going to P, for the P also we get the error. So here what happened in the JSX, we are able to write down only the HTML code into the small. But if I'm going to write down the HTML to the HTML, we can write down the capital P or small p. There will be no issue. Now see, this error is resolved. Now then second error. Yeah, need to import the use state. Why? Because this one is available into the another one. So now see, after the React, what I'm writing, I'm just importing this one use state. I'm just importing the use state. I'm just importing the use state. Now control S. Now see what happened. We are not getting the any kind of the things. So here see, we're getting the only 3 warnings. We are getting the only 3 warnings. There is no any kind of the error. See, that's why we are getting the counter app. This is executing properly. So here what happened? We are getting the only warning. So now we are going to resolve this one warning. So first one, now here what happened? I'm going to create the counter. So now for that counter, what happened? In the P, I'm going to show the count. I'm going to show the count. In the P, I'm going to show the count. So now see, I'm going to show the count. Now see, if I'm executing this one, just 1 minute. Sorry, in the app.js, I think we did not use. हमने यहाँ पे import किया, but we did not use this one. So now what I'm writing here, counter ypc. I'm just going to use the counter ypc. Now see, when we use this one, now see here what we getting? We are getting the 0. So now I'm going to create a counter application. So I'm giving the 2 action. If I click on the plus, that will get a 1, 2, 3, 4. If I click on the minus, that time that will get a -1, -2, -3, that kind of the things. Now for that, what we need to do into the counter FC, we need to do the 2 things. First one, we are going to create the one button. So what I'm writing here, button. And now this one button, I can write down the plus. I can use the for this one button, I can give the plus. And now for the button, second button, I'm giving the minus. Now see what we get. We get the plus and minus. And now what we get the two buttons, plus and minus. And now suppose if I want to break this one, we can use the BR tag. See what we get the plus and minus. We can get the plus and minus. Now after that, what happened? I want to perform the two things. So if I'm click onto the plus button, then what happened? So that count I want to change. Here why we are getting the 0? Because see, use the state initially we take the 0. And now suppose I'm taking here 3. What will be happen? Suppose I'm taking 3. What will be happen? See what we get here. We get the 3. I hope you're getting my point. Now, here what happened? I'm just going to do the one thing. I'm writing here on click. I'm going to write down the on click. So now into the on click, what I'm going to create the one function. I'm going to create the one function. And in that function, what I'm saying, yeah, I'm just saying the what? Set the count. What I'm saying the set count. Why I'm writing here set count here? Because we take here set count. And in this set count, what I'm writing here? Increment count plus 1. What I'm writing here? Count plus 1. See. Again, if I'm writing here instead of the set count, I can see if I'm writing here add count, what will be happen? We need to take here method also the add, but I'm taking the set method. Are you getting my point? Now this one is save. And now I'm taking the same for the button minus. So now in the button minus, what I'm writing here on click. What I'm writing here on click. And now arrow function. What I'm writing here set count. What I'm writing here count minus 1. What I'm writing here count minus 1. And then when we click onto the minus button, that will be go into the minus. Now you can execute this one code. If I'm clicking onto the plus, what we get? Oh, why are getting 3111? Can anyone told me? If I'm doing the minus, why we are getting? Because यहाँ पे we are not going to perform the increment. यहाँ पे हो रहा है concatenation. So initially what we have? Initially we have 3. So if I'm performing the concatenation, why we take this one the double quotation? So that's why count plus 1. That's why it is showing the 30 plus 1. Because if you take the single quotation or double quotation, that will be the string. For the better understanding, suppose I'm writing here 1. So यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? In the double quotation, it will be get the increment 1 plus 1. See? Are you getting my point? So now that's why instead of writing the single or double quotation, we need to write down directly here. So now what I'm writing here? 0. What I'm writing here? 0. Now that will perform the 0 plus 1, 1. Then 1 plus 1, 2. Then 3. That kind of the thing. Now see what we are getting. We are getting the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I'm clicking the minus, 11 minus 1. Now 5 minus 1, 4, 4 minus 1, 3. And we'll get into the minus as well. So yes, we can use the state. If I want to use the state into the which one? Functional component. What we need to do? We need to use the hook concept. We need to use the hook concept. In the hook, we have one use the state hook. I'm just sharing this one code. I will try to integrate this one code. And now I can give the one take home activity, try to integrate the counter API using the functional component, using the class component. So if you are taking the class component, what happened? So now see, in this class component, हमने क्या लिया था? Demo state component, है ना? So in there what happened? You need to take the two methods. यहाँ पे set in increment count and decrement count, and in that you need to give the this dot to set state count minus 1. Yeah, we will write down the count minus 1. And then into the increment, what we will write down? This dot to set state count plus 1. We need to use this kind of scenario. So now you can take the take home activity. You can perform this one practical at home. There will be no issue. I hope you understood up to here. I hope you got it. This is about the state, and this is about, so you already performed the counter application. So now define the state. So here, if I define the state into the into the class, then what I'm going to do the constructor prop and this dot to set. See, I'm just giving the hint. यहाँ पे see here what happened in this one. What we take the this one changes. So if you want to take the if I want to do the counter application using the class component, so in that you need to write down that this dot to set the state equal to count 0 initially, then into the set state. What happened? You need to write down the count plus 1. You need to write down the count plus 1. Just try to do these things at the home. You will definitely get the output. So that is the scenario. So there is the some kind of the application of the state and the into the we can add this in the form handling, in the to-do list, into the counter application, into the profile view. So you have to take the counter application, just try to integrate this one with the profile, with the to-do list, with the form handling. There will be no issue. So now props versus state. So when we need to pass the data from the parent to child, that time we use the property. And when we need to manage the data change over the time, that time we use the state. And now for conforming the child component with the data behavior. So for handling the input from the data, for that we use the state component. I hope you already understood up to here. Yeah, we already take the class component. Yeah, we are going to develop this one advice application now. So now in the advice application, what we are going to perform actually. So now see here what happened. I'm going to create the one button here. I'm going to create the one button. And now when we click on the button, I want some kind of the random advice. We will get some kind of the random advice. So now, okay, first one, we can do the one thing. We can, if you want to create another application, you can create another application, but it will take a lot of time. For that, we need to execute the npx create react app and then advice application. So now I'm not going to create a new application because this will take a lot of time. So simple, what I can do. So instead of this one in the src, I'm writing here new. I'm writing here parent advice. I'm writing here parent advice. This is the main component. Now I'm writing here parent advice.js and now I'm writing here react functional component. Are you getting my point? And now I'm writing here h1 for example. And now I'm writing here suppose for example h1 and I'm writing here random advice. I'm writing here random advice. I'm writing here and random advice. And now into the index.js, I'm going to use this one. So now if I am to use this one, so what happened? We need to remove this one. Obviously, we need to remove this one. So I'm not removing this one. I'm just adding this one into the comment. I'm just adding this one into the comment. Just 1 minute.